On behalf of FOSMI, I warmly welcome all the distinguished guests, speakers and the participants. This significant event is hosted by FOSMI under the approval of Ministry of MSME Government of India. We are gathered here today to explore and deliberate on a topic that is becoming increasingly crucial in the global business landscape, ensuring social sustainability within the supply chains of micro, small and medium enterprises. We are excited to embark on this important dialogue together. Let's mark this an engaging and insightful event. Without further lapse of time, let's begin this insightful journey by lighting of the lamp ceremony. But before that, may I request all to put your mobile phone in silent mode. May I request all the dignitaries, our esteemed guests and the speakers to join for the lighting of the lamp ceremony. Mr. Bhattacharya, President FOSMI, Dr. Koldan Rudra, Chairman, West Bengal, he is supposed to come. Mr. Rajesh Pandey, IAS, Principal Secretary, MSME and Textile Department, Government of West Bengal. Mr. Mookerjea, Chairman, FOSMI Advisory Board. Professor Dr. Sadhan Ghosh, Dr. Gautam Sengupta, Dr. David Andres M. Christensen, Dr. Prakan Prabhaspanza, Dr. Bui Tuithan Wang, Dr. Raj Kumar Bhattacharya, Mr. Gautam De, Mr. S.K. Kedia, and Mr. A.K. Sengupta. May I request President of FOSMI, Mr. Bhattacharya, to kindly be on the dais and take his seat. May I request Mr. Rajesh Pandey, IAS Principal Secretary, MSME and Textile Department, Government of West Bengal, to take his seat. I now request Mr. Mookerjea, Chairman, FOSMI Advisory Board, to come on the dais and take his seat. I request the convener of the International Conference, Professor Dr. Sadhan Kumar Ghosh, DG, SDNCE, ISW, MAW India, to kindly be in the dais and take his seat. May I request Dr. Gautam Sengupta, Rector, Techno University, to take his seat. Request Mr. Gautam Ray, Vice President FOSMI, to take his seat. We will now felicitate our distinguished dignitaries on the dais with bouquet of flowers and uttarios. May I request Mr. Bhattacharya, President FOSMI, to present bouquet of flower and uttario to Mr. Rajesh Pandey, IAS Principal Secretary, MSME and Textile Department, Government of West Bengal.
Yes, sir.
May I request our President, Mr. Bhattacharya, to present uttario and bouquet of flower to Mr. Mookerjea, Chairman, FOSMI Advisory Board. I request Sir to present bouquet of flower and uttario to the session chair and the convener, Professor Dr. Sadhan Kumar Ghosh. May I request Mr. S.K. Kedia, Vice President FOSMI, to present bouquet of flower to Dr. Gautam Sengupta, Rector, Techno India University. May I now request our President, Mr. Bhattacharya, for his welcome address.
Good morning. Sri Rajesh Pandey, IAS, Principal Secretary, MSME and Textile Department, Government of West Bengal. Dr. Sadhan Kumar Ghosh, Director General, Sustainable Development and Circular Economy, ISW, MAW India. Dr. Gautam Sengupta, Rector, Techno India University, West Bengal. Mr. Mookerjea, Chairman, FOSMI Advisory Board. Distinguished dignitaries, international speakers, esteemed participants from industry associations, MSME fraternity, and ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to welcome each one of you to this international conference on supply chain social sustainability in MSME. Today we gathered here with a shared purpose to explore the pathway towards sustainable growth and resilience for MSMEs through the adoption of social sustainability practices in your supply chains. At the outset, we express our deep gratitude to Ministry of MSME, Government of India for entrusting us the responsibility of holding today's international conference. As we move forward with the conference proceedings, I feel it privileged to inform about our federation before our honorable guests and participants. Federation of Small and Medium Industries West Bengal, popularly known as FOSMI, is the oldest federation of MSME sectors, primarily for the manufacturers, and serving this sector over last 6 decades. Over the years, FOSMI has established itself as a nodal point between the MSME sector and government. Its views on policy matters are regularly sought by various government bodies. FOSMI is the one-stop solution for MSME, symbolizing crucial support and representation in the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look to the future, it becomes incredibly clear that social sustainability is not just an ethical choice, but a strategic necessity. Social sustainability in the supply chain refers to the commitment to fair labor practices, community engagement, human rights, protection of environment and safety standards. These elements are fundamental for the long-term growth and resilience for MSMEs, allowing us to stay competitive and relevant in a global economy that incredibly value responsible business practices. However, as we are aware, MSMEs often operate within constrained resources and low margin environments, which can make the balance between cost efficiency and ethical labor practices a difficult one to strike. This is one of the most significant challenges we face. Yet we must recognize that investing in fair wages, environment protection, safe workplaces and ethical labor practices are not a cost but a long-term investment. These investment enhances employee satisfaction and foster a moral, productive, loyal workforce, ultimately strengthening the foundation of our business. Additionally, as MSMEs, we must adopt a social responsibility sourcing strategy, working only with suppliers who uphold ethical labor standards, prioritizes human rights and have commitment for environment protection. I urge each one of us to consider how we can embed social sustainability into our practices. While we may face limitation in responses and resources, I firmly believe that an investment in environment protection, responsible sourcing and community engagement will pay dividends in terms of resiliences, reputation and growth. By prioritizing social sustainability, we are not only addressing global calls for responsible business, but also unlocking new opportunities for growth that will make us stronger, more competitive and more respected in the global market. Thank you all for being part of this important conference. Let us work together to build a future where MSMEs play a pivotal role in creating sustainable, socially responsible economics. Welcome once again, and I look forward to a day of productive discussions and insights. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome note. May I now request our chief guest, Sri Rajesh Pandey, IAS, Principal Secretary, MSME and Textile Department, Government of West Bengal, and all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly uncover and release today's conference abstract. May I
Yes, sir.
I now request our guest of honor, Mr. Mookerjea, Chairman, FOSMI Advisory Board, to come to give his address to the august gathering.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the dignitaries on the dais. This is a surprise. I came to listen, and then I was put on the dais immediately that I must say so. So be it. A large part of my life, working life, I have worked with pollution. And at that time, of course, sustainability, the word was unknown. It was not mentioned anywhere. It was mainly pollution, recovery, etc. Today, the subject discussed by many, I met also the foreign delegates who were here. So today it will be mostly connected with sustainability, but also with supply chain. Now, in the past, people didn't understand this, but right now, I think everybody understands. If you let something, say pollutant in the gas, it will remain there and do the damage. Same thing if there is something in liquid, something in solid, unless you take it out, separate it out and bring it to do some work, it's a pollutant. And that's very bad. But as long as you can separate it out, take it out, that is something that you can do something with it. And therefore, here we are also connected with supply chain. You know the world over the upheaval about supply chain. China had maybe 80% of that, 75% of that, the whole of supply chain, and suddenly you find out that 75% possibly has come down quite a lot, maybe 40-50. Now, this has to be filled in. This has to be filled in by large countries like India, and that is an opportunity we must not miss. But there is a big but. We cannot be sustainable, our suppliers in the supply chain cannot be sustainable unless we make them so. Anybody can pick up anything and say, I will supply you this, you can supply it to your ultimate customer. But actually, that doesn't help unless you see that it has been made sustainable. Everybody knows the meaning of sustainable, so I don't have to repeat it again. But yesterday, our responsibility was to be sustainable, so that our product is sustainable. Today, unfortunately, our products are mixed. An automobile, for example, is mixed of so many products. So that each part has to be sustainable. And therefore now, let us say India goes and takes part of the supply chain which China had for different industries, different countries. But we have to see that each of them is made sustainable. All of us know the adage that the weakest link is the strength of the chain. Supply chain, there is one link which is weak, then the whole supply chain is weak. And here we are talking about sustainability. If you one part, one item, one component, if they are not sustainable, then the whole chain is not sustainable. So so long, last 10 years, 15, 20 years, we are talking about quality of ourselves. Then we found out that no, ourselves quality is not enough. We have to have the quality of our supply chain. They must be also quality enhanced quality. They must understand about quality. Now, today, it has come to a stage that they not only have good quality, the supply chain, but they also must be sustainable. So the main supplier of the good, who are many supply chain, he has to assure it himself that all the supply chain holders, all the members of the supply chain, all the supply chain holders, they must be also sustainable. just quality is not enough, just price is not enough, just delivery is not enough. It has to be sustainable. And to make it sustainable is not easy. In some cases it may not be easy, but it has to be done. It has to be done in the sense that every part, every component must be also sustainable. Only then you can say that your whole product is sustainable. Otherwise, as I said, you will not be able to sell this as a sustainable product unless all part, every part, it doesn't matter who has supplied that in what country, they must also be sustainable. So I think this is one thing that we have started now. In fact, the word supply chain itself is not very old, and it got importance very much when there was this problem of some products, and we tried our best to make ourselves sustainable. So to end this, our being everything that we claim to be is not enough. It is the whole chain of the supply chain. They also must be that. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind address. May I request Mr. Saurabh Poddar to present memento to our guest of honor, Mr. Alok Mookerjea. And I request our chief guest, Mr. Rajesh Pandey, IAS Principal Secretary, MSME and Textile Department, Government of West Bengal, to address the August gathering.
Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by congratulating FOSMI and the Ministry of MSME, Government of India, for organizing this international seminar on this very, very important topic, which is supply chain social sustainability in MSME. Mr. Bhattacharya, Dr. Ghosh, Shri Ray, Ms. Mookerjea, other delegates both from within the country and also from outside, on behalf of the Government of West Bengal, let me welcome you all. It's my proud privilege to be here. It's a very important, very topical matter which is getting focused here. We all know MSMEs all across the world are the engines of growth. All countries, they have to depend on the sector for their economy and the development of their economy. And when we talk of the MSMEs, then obviously various things come to your mind, anybody's mind. One is how to ensure that the MSMEs, they become more competitive. How do we ensure that the products become more market oriented? How do we ensure that they don't suffer from problems of access to finance? How do we ensure that they don't suffer from access to technology? All these are issues and concerns of each and every MSME. Even if I leave aside the medium part, for micro and small, these are obviously major issues. In that backdrop, when we talk of sustainability and circular economy, this as a concept has been around for last maybe a decade or so, but in the recent years, post-COVID especially, there has been a lot of talk about it. Why should we go for sustainability and why should we go for circular economy? I know we have a lot of experts here. They would be going in great detail about how to go about it, what should be done, what are the toolkits available to ensure that. I'm sure there must be some. And if there is not, then I would request Professor Ghosh and Mr. Bhattacharya to put in, a small working group here so that maybe for the sectors which are generally energy guzzlers, if I can say, or little far away from the sustainability, at least for those sectors, we can develop certain checklists, very small, simple checklists, so that these sectors can start, the units which are working in those sectors can start working on that. So what do we mean by sustainable manufacturing practices? So once we understand that, then obviously the supply chain comes in. So maybe most of you know, but then I would still like to emphasize this point. So the first and foremost part is reducing waste. That is the first and foremost part of sustainability. The second part is obviously you conserve the resources. So it flows from the first. So if you are able to reduce wastes, obviously you are able to conserve the resources. So whatever resources manufacturing enterprise is using, they are obviously the natural resources or a resource which has been obtained from natural resources, ultimately going back to a natural resource. The third part is conserving energy or using to the extent possible energy efficient technologies or renewable energy, so that you are reducing consumption of resources again. Then comes a design, a manufacturing practice which is a design for components or the product as a whole, which puts durability or lasting ability of that product at the forefront. So that would ensure that resources are conserved. If the product is durable, if the usability is for a longer time, obviously the resources get conserved. Then using technology, right technology, to ensure that the resources are used to the minimum. So I take the example of machining. If you use a technology which produces lot of those wastes, then you have to, again, if you have to reuse that waste, you have to use further energy, you have to use further resources, etc. So use a technology which can reduce that waste ab initio itself. So there the use of technology comes. And then little bit use of artificial intelligence in ensuring, or maybe at the designing stage or at the time of testing stage, quality assurance stage, using predictive analytics. So you would know a component, how you can predict which portion, which part of that component or which part of that product can probably fail or needs to be, improved. So these are certain areas where, we can, during our manufacturing practices, we can put to use the sustainable practices. Coming to the circular economy, which again is very closely linked to the sustainable practices. If I see sustainable practices is the universe, if we see that, and then circular economy is a subset of that universe. So what do? People talk of net zero. People talk of, when you talk of circular economy, they talk of 4 Rs: reuse, repair, refurbish and recycle. So all this would lead to net zero. Net zero in terms of energy, net zero in terms of water, net zero in terms of resources. So your manufacturing practices have to follow, if they follow these guiding principles, I am sure the units, the product will become much more cost effective, will become the entire exercise will become much more environment friendly, and as a enterprise you would be much more competitive. So this is where it comes, and then we talk of the supply chain sustainability. Then obviously that entire chain leading up to your product, it could be your sourcing of raw materials, it could be a component which you sourced from a vendor, or it could be once it has been produced, packaging and then shipping and then finally marketing. So all those in each and individual aspects of that chain, from beginning to the point where the customer gets it, all those processes need to be sustainable. So I would assume that when we, at the end of this workshop, we would be much more wiser, and the units, the representatives of the MSMEs will be much more enriched in ensuring that how do you go about it, how do you go about these practices. Now these may be voluntary at this stage, but sooner or later these restrictions will be coming. Already in certain international markets there are norms about sustainability, net zero, how much environment load you are imposing. So that is already in place, and I am sure this is going to increase, and it is increasing. It's going to increase for good. So we have to prepare ourselves. We have to, and the best part is the agility of the MSMEs, agility of the small and micro units. They can very quickly adapt to the change in environment. That's the best part of it. So I would suggest that let's come together. On behalf of the state government, we also organize various events, and we would certainly request the FOSMI to come together with us, with the Director of MSME, the Directorate of MSME, and then these kinds of events can be organized across the state where individual units are there, specific sectors can be identified, and I am sure there are certain studies already there, because I remember that last year we had TERI, the Energy Research Institute, they had come, the GIZ had come, they have already studied certain sectors, the sectors which are energy incentive in the state, and they already have certain suggestions on which we can work on. And once we are able to do that, I am sure it is possible that we together take our industry, the small and micro and medium enterprises, to greater heights. Coming to those who are in export business, I am sure it is much more emergent and urgent for all of you. We have certain provisions under various policies. Let's say in the MSME incentive policy, which we call Bangladesh, there are certain provisions where if you take a certification for environment regulations, if you put in certain environmental measures, then there are certain benefits which the state government provides. We are going to renew that policy in some time to come, and we would certainly welcome any suggestions which lead to this sustainability. Similarly, in our textile incentive policy, because textile is a major sector which the state is strong, and so in that policy also this department provides for certain support for setting up the pollution control measures, for setting up a CETP, for setting up the effluent treatment plants, etc. So I would not take much of your time. I would wish this workshop the very best, and I hope that at the end of this workshop we come about with a tool kit so that can be easily understandable, easily decipherable, and easily implementable, which are units which are across the state, far-flung areas, they can easily implement it. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind address and valuable remarks on the topic supply chain social sustainability, which will immensely help our participants. May I request our President, Mr. Bhattacharya, to present memento to the Chief Guest, Mr. Rajesh Pandey, IAS. Thank you. We have with us on the dais today's program convener, Professor Dr. Sadhan Ghosh and Session Chair Dr. Gautam Sengupta. Both will formally address us during our technical plenary session, and we would like to take a moment to recognize their invaluable role in making this event possible. We look forward to their leadership in our upcoming discussions. Thank you, sir.
Very good morning. And thanks to Mr. Pandey, because he requested me to say a few words on this program today. Why today's program is? Today's program is not on circular economy, not on sustainability. Today's program is the supply chain social sustainability. What is it? You know that in my lecture I'll explain it why. But the thing is that Maslow was a person who predicted some model and then gave some model. That there was some site where people were working. And a person went there and saw that a heap of bricks, and one person was taking brick one after another, and he was breaking those bricks and putting aside, the dumping, the small particles. So he asked, "What you are doing?" He told, "Sir, I am earning my livelihood. Every day I am doing it, and I am earning, and my family is happy." So then he went to some other guy, the same work, 5-6 people were doing. And then he asked, "What you are doing?" "You know, sir, my boss has given me this work, and that's why I am doing it. And maybe tomorrow I will not be here, because he may be assigning me to some other job. So that's the thing." Okay, good. The third person, "What you are doing?" "Sir, I am building a temple. I am supporting to that work where thousands of people will come and they will go with peace in mind and they will be very happy. I am doing a part of that work." What is it? What message you are getting from this? That means the third person, he is involved into the activity what has been assigned to this guy. The similar way, how? Possibly. And after that discussion, he was interacting that why you are saying that temple? Then he told, "Look, our boss interacts with me every day, and he trained me that how I can be involved in making the temple by breaking the bricks." And he has become committed. This will help the sustainability of that organization. And he is the winner in that organization. Today's message to all of you, act accordingly for your people who are working for you. If you don't look into your people who are working in your factory, in the supply chain means the people who are supplying materials to you, the people who are taking material from you, and the people who are working for you. So all these three components must align with your commitment. They must have commitment, and then only the sustainability comes. Sustainability is just a word, and if you cry sustainability, 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 it will never come. It will come only if you are committed to the sustainability of your organization. So for that, today's program, as Mr. Bhattacharya requested me last time, that we will have another program how people can be involved and people can think of their people who will make their business sustainable. So throughout the day, we will discuss that how the industries, small industries, medium industries are gaining sustainability through the social sustainability, how they are taking care of the welfare of the people, how they are, like I'll give another example. I was the director in the Ministry of Labour and Employment in 2009. I shifted from my university and went there. Then I heard that there are a lot of absenteeism in my organization, and I had 50 regional directorates throughout the country. So controlling the whole of the people by one director is very impossible. So what I did first, I introduced one meeting, good morning review meeting. 9:30 was our joining time, and 9:45 the good morning review meeting will be chaired by the director from the headquarters, and each of the regional directorate, all the people who are working there, they have to attend the meeting. Absenteeism chala gaya. What is second one? Director is asking each of the person whether your medical bill is pending or not. How much time you are not getting your remuneration or some OT or other things. How much work you have done yesterday. How much is pending. So all the things, and you know that in next 3 months time, I got tremendous result throughout the country. I left the job in 2010 and again came back to my university, and even today, in any of the city if I go, at least 2 officers come to receive me. They like the system so much. But of course, the director changed and system changed. You know what is happening in our country. So this is the message, this is the program which we will be doing it. But the last thing which I'll tell you, and this is for Mr. Pandey's, if he act. Through this seminar, circular economy, sustainability, social sustainability, we can generate awareness. But the government should focus on, like what we told already. Let us take 5 or 10 units, not everyone together, and fix up some target program that you have to achieve circular economy in next 1 year. Government has a lot of fund. Let us spend some fund for these 10 units, and this will be the example for other units onwards. So this is also my submission to the Secretary and the Government of West Bengal. If it is done, I'll be here to help them. I am helping industry and educational institute in 45 countries. All my friends from 4 countries have come. So I am talking from my real experience. Seminar only for awareness. Implementation, action research. So that is the thing which I want to tell you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I request now Mr. Gautam Ray, Vice President FOSMI, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, esteemed speakers, participants from MSME fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude this enlightening inaugural session of the International Conference on Supply Chain Social Sustainability in MSME, organized by FOSMI with the valuable support of the Ministry of MSME, Government of India. It is my privilege to extend a heartfelt thanks to all the esteemed dignitaries, speakers and participants. First and foremost, I extend a sincere gratitude to the President of the Federation, Mr. Bhattacharya, for his insightful welcome address. His perspective has set the stage highlighting the conference's focus on supply chain social sustainability in MSME, a critical and timely issue for our community. We are deeply honored a special thanks to our distinguished guest of honor, Mr. Rajesh Pandey, Principal Secretary, MSME and Textile Department, Government of India, for his valuable contribution. His thoughts and perspectives have added immense value to the session, enriching our understanding of the broader context and potential impact of social sustainability on MSMEs. Lastly, I would like to thank each and every one of you who has joined us today. Your presence reinforces the importance of our collective efforts towards a more socially sustainable future for MSMEs. Thank you, and we look forward to engaging session ahead as we explore the challenges, strategies and opportunities that lie before us.
Thank you, sir. And with this, we have concluded our inaugural portion. Now we'll move to our technical plenary sessions. % of the scientists in the world in 2024. Here, this is 2023, having collaboration in more than 45 countries. He is the Director General, Sustainable Development and Circular Economy Research Center, ISWMAW India, and the Founder Advisor, Center for Sustainable Development and Resource Efficiency Management, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, India. He is globally renowned personality in the field of waste management, circular economy, green manufacturing, supply chain management, sustainable development, co-processing of waste, plastics and e-waste management, recycling, ISO standards and TQM. He received distinguished visiting fellowship in 2012 by the Royal Academy of Engineering UK and the Boston Place and NABC 2006 Award in 2006 Houston. He has been the principal investigator of 27 international funded projects by EU, British Council, Erasmus, Royal Academy of Engineering, SINTEF, Norway, Hungary government, IGES, Georgia government, etc. and 25 national funded research projects. He conceptualized the mission Catch Them Young, Zero Waste and Circular Economy in Campus, in which 2 lakh students and teachers are working with him from 152 schools in India, targeting to make 20 million people aware on waste management and circular economy in India by 2025. May I now invite our esteemed speakers, Dr. David Andries M. Christensen from Denmark and Dr. Trakan Propaspansa from Thailand to join the session for the technical plenary session 1 on the topic Supply Chain Management for MSME. Let me introduce the speakers. Dr. David M. Christensen is the seasoned expert in waste management, circular economy and sustainable development. He currently serves as project team lead at BOFA, Denmark, the Waste Management Authority and service provider under the regional municipality of Bornholm, Denmark. In this role, Dr. Christensen leads the portfolio of national and international projects that advance Bornholm's goal of becoming a zero waste society by 2032. His work involves strategic planning, project management, and fostering innovative collaborations in the waste management sector. He holds a PhD from Technical Doctoral School of IT and Design at Aalborg University. His research focuses on issues related to sustainable waste management and the interaction between public sector waste authorities and business actors, including the developing countries. May I now introduce Dr. Trakan Propaspansa, who is a distinguished academic and environmental engineer specializing in sustainable development, particularly in the context of supply chain management for MSMEs. She holds a PhD in environmental engineering from the Department of Biotechnology Technology, Chemistry and Environmental Engineering at Aalborg University, Denmark, a world-renowned institution for its focus on sustainable development practices. Her research focuses on the intersections of environmental engineering and corporate responsibility, addressing the practical challenges MSMEs faces in adopting sustainable practices. Currently, Dr. Prof Sadhan is an esteemed faculty member in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at the Faculty of Engineering, Mahidol University, Thailand. She has an extensive portfolio of publications that reflect her expertise in environmental engineering and sustainability. Before we start the session, we will felicitate our speakers with the flowers and the uttorios. May I request Dr. Gautam Sengupta to present bouquet of flowers to Dr. David M. Christensen. May I request Mr. S.K. Kedia, Vice President FOSMI, to present bouquet of flower and uttorio to Dr. Trakan Tapaswanza. Mr. S.K. Kedia, sir, please come on the dais. May I request Professor Ghosh to kindly forward the session.
I must thank at the outset Federation of Small and Medium Industries, specifically Mr. Vishwanath Bhattacharya and his team for organizing such a wonderful event. And a few months back we had a program on circular economy, how circular economy can be implemented in the small and medium industries. I am sure, please, I am quite sure that a few of the units have started your journey in circular economy. Can I have a look, raising hand, that how many of you have started it? One. Your name, sir? Your unit name? Where is it? And it's a manufacturing unit? Excellent. So let us give a big hand to him. Yeah, next, somebody from here raise hand. Okay, Kedia.
Santosh Kedia.
Yeah.
Kedia Group of Industry. EHR Private Limited and Kedia Crowd Private.
So you have also started the circular economy journey. Excellent. And Bhattacharya, all of you possibly know Mr. Bhattacharya, but still as a formality.
Yeah, Vishal Bhattacharya, my company is Oracle India Private Limited. In fact, 3-4 years back, we had a collaboration, FOSMI had a collaboration with Aspen University UK, where about 15-20 odd members participated in the circular economy project, where one of my company was also in the group. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now in the next, possibly, the next program will be in the month of May, correct, 2025. And we will expect more units to be involved in circular economy. Thank you. So today, our program is, you know that the business, you have to sustain your business. And if you sustain, then people like us also will sustain, because we are the general people. If industry is not doing well, then the whole society cannot do well. So we are very much dependent on you people. So today's deliberation will be how different countries are making their units sustainable by supporting their supply chain, by supporting the people, by supporting the system, by supporting all the stakeholders in the supply chain. So here I have two speakers, Dr. Davis. We have been working together for the last couple of years. He is from Bornholm, a small island in Denmark. And this is a waste management industry. And Trakan, both of them were already introduced. She is from Thailand, Mahidol University. Mahidol is one of the very well-known university in Thailand. So they will speak on what is happening in the industries in its respective country. But before I hand over to them, I will have an introduction on the subject. So let me start that. We need a shelter to live. We need clothes to make ourselves protected. And we need food. So these are the basic things which we need in our life to survive. Now if you go beyond, we need education. We need good environment. And the safety and security, the health. So if you are given the 6 or 7 needs, you will be very happy. The general people will be very happy. Of course, greed is another component or the attribute which will sometimes act as a need of the person, but not for all. So, keeping the greed aside, these 6 or 7 basic needs of the people has to be adhered to and has to be complied with. The requirements, the minimum requirements has to be complied with whenever I am a child by my parents, whenever I am grown up by parents and my teachers in the school, college or university, and whenever I am serving a particular organization. It adds the proprietor or the owner or the top management of the industry. Do you agree? Do you agree? So, I am not happy at my home. I am not getting good food. I don't have clothes, good clothes. Can I be happy whenever I am working in your organization? No. If I don't have the education, then can I impart whatever is required for you? No. If I don't have a shelter in the rainy season, if the raindrop comes onto my head, then can I be happy? Never. If this is the situation, and if you ask me, hey, work hard for my organization, what do you think? Can I provide my best for you? Yes or no? Exactly no. So, the responsibility of the owner is to satisfy to the minimum need of a person, whether a male or female. So in that way, this comes in the way of life. And you know that I have written so many things here. Basic human needs, I add on. And you can also add on. But there is something which is common for everybody. And as an owner of the organization, you must look into it. You know that Mr. Tata, who passed away very recently, everybody knows him. Why? In his organization, he knows most of the people by name. Whenever there was a photograph, the bosses are standing and what people were sitting on the floor, and he immediately sat with them on the floor. He was taking tiffin with the work people, workmen. Why? Encourage people to work with. Encourage people to work with. Tata is one of the organizations who pays the best. Of course, nobody asks you to pay the best. But if you perform well, you are performing well due to your people, not for you. If you are the boss, You are not getting good profit, good margin, good business only for you. You are getting those for the whole supply chain. So, if you are to make your process sustainable, then you have to look into all these points. Whether you want to make profit, whether you want to make productivity, whether you want to make zero defect, everything. If your people are not happy, you cannot achieve it. And that is sustainability. And if you are sustainable, if your work is sustainable, then you are not to think of your next generation. So, the thought process starts from here. Then what is our supply chain? The procurement, you know that you have to source the material, either from your known source or from your unknown source. Even in some of the, like say, if my specs is there, which sources are related to this? If I ask you, then with this specs, refinery is related, material extraction is related, the mining is related, and the rest of the factory. This is the supply chain. Why mining? Why refinery? Why crude oil? Because plastic is there. Plastic raw material are coming from the refineries, from the polymer production unit. And from polymer production unit, where from they are getting the raw material, the crude oil. So your supply chain for this manufacturing starts from the crude oil mining, metal mining. So this is the way you have to think of it. We call sometimes the life cycle of a particular product. And at the end, after the production, after we use it, and when it is not usable, then we have to throw it away. Our traditional process is EPCD2 in my language. I have given the definition of circular economy, and there I use that EPCD2 is extract, produce, consume, to customer. At the end of its use, dispose, and then deplete. The deplete question comes whether you are interested in the circular economy or you are wastage of the material. If you are interested to deplete, throw it away to the landfill. If you are interested to have the circular economy, take back the material the way it is to be recycled. And recycle means you are regenerating the material which you have extracted. How you are helping the environment, the sustainability? You are reducing the extraction rate of the material, and by recycling you are generating a business. You are making a recycled product, and as a matter of fact, you are generating employment, you are generating some product, and you are generating economy, which we call circular economy. So, circular economy is a part of your sustainability. Who will do it? The people in your organization. The supply chain in an organization. So in that way, I have given some photographs, and you all know, this is very known to all of you, that maybe in your unit something is missing, something is extra. But this is the way of life. Today, in my language, everywhere, any country, I use one sentence. Circular economy is the way of life. Achieving sustainability in your factory is the way of life. Otherwise, you will die. Practice circular economy, practice sustainability. If you practice it, you will survive. If you don't practice it, you will die. There is no in between. So please, the friends from the small and medium-sized industries and micro-industries, keep this in your mind. Don't take it as, oh, Professor Ghosh is making so many noise and so loud, all bullshit he is saying. No. If you keep in his mind, you will start thinking of it, and that will help you in your business. You know, I have put some Bengali also, this side. So what is social sustainability? I already explained you. I was just referring that I joined as a director of the CBWE ministry. Do you know what I did? I started asking my people to give the results of class 10 and 12 of the children. And I asked my additional director that install system of giving some prize to the people who are passing this 10 and 12. And put their photo with some hints in the newsletter. People are excited. Oh, sir, it did not happen earlier. So in that way, you have to know how to involve your people. You have to know how to satisfy your people. The medical bill, you are not giving them. Ask them, what is pending? What happens to your family? You must know how many children, wife, mother in the family of your employee. Don't think that this is a burden for you, because your employee is giving support to you for your business. And if you give the support to your supply chain, their security, their safety, their welfare, their education, think of their children, and this is social sustainability in your supply chain. We have an international standard, 26000. It was incepted in 2010. And that talks about the sustainability, socially responsible, how we can become socially responsible. This is available. It's not more than 500 rupees, this standard. Purchase it, read it. There are a lot of things which will be a learning for all of us. And it talks about the accountability, transparency, ethical behavior, respect for stakeholders, respect for rule of law, respect for international norms of behavior, and the last is human rights. And today, the equality, if you go to any of the international scenario, and if you have a unit, the first question I will ask you, how many female and male are working in your unit? These are all questions which are coming in. And I am very happy, quite a good number of ladies I can see in this program, which represents the equality in the FOSMI society. And you know what to comply with? I repeat it. Safety, equity, location, health and welfare, human rights. These 5-6 points, please keep in your mind. Your sustainability will come. You will achieve supply chain performance. These are all related to supply chain performance. How much your business is, how much profitability, how much wastage is reduced, how much wastage is recovered. All these things will be related to the supply chain sustainability. Suppliers' performance, even your customers' performance, how much order you are getting from them. And of course, your productivity and operational performance. And I already talked about all these things because these are the results. If you look into the social sustainability in your organization, you will definitely an achiever and not loser. With this, I thank you all very much. And I hope that you will enjoy the sessions throughout the day. Thank you very much. And now, I request Dr. David. I'm not introducing him because he has been already introduced. But what I know, working with him for the last couple of years, that he's a very dynamic guy. And he works nearly 12 hours a day for his factory. And the best part of he has done his PhD, he has collaboration and activities in the research in university, as well as he is working as a senior manager in the unit. When I visited their unit, number of waste which are coming, they are recycling, recovering, and this is a very good business in Denmark. So I now request David to please take over. And your time is 22 minutes, and 3 minutes will be for the question answer.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you, Professor Ghosh, for the kind introduction. And thank you to the Federation of Small and Medium Industries of West Bengal for this distinct honor I have of being able to be here today and present to you all my experiences with working with linking supply chain management and the enterprise strategy for MSMEs in our context. Better now? Okay. So as the professor mentioned, I come from a Danish island in a completely different context from West Bengal, and completely different context from Calcutta. I don't expect anything that I am to say today is directly transferable to your context. My hope is that when I talk about approaching social supply chain issues in our waste management company and in our municipality on Denmark, it can serve as a point of inspiration for the overarching themes and topics that Professor Ghosh has introduced so far. Because what we try to do on Bornholm, in our little island, is to work with our systems, linking with micro and small and medium industries with our activities in an ecosystem, trying to help each other to promote sustainability, promote circular economy together. And we cannot do it alone, they cannot do it alone. My extra perspective is that this requires partnerships. For those of you who may be unaware, Bornholm is here located on the map, way up in the north, and it's the easternmost part of the tiny kingdom of Denmark. Denmark has a population of 5.5 million people. I think that's 1/3 of what Calcutta has. And it's a tiny percentage of what India has. And this is how it looks like. It's a popular tourist destination. 40,000 people live there. What is that? That's a tiny neighborhood in Calcutta. But it's our protected little space where we try to promote sustainability in our area. We have 40,000 people who live here. And we have a lot of people who visit. If you look at it accumulated over the course of a year, we're looking at around 500,000 visitors. And BOFA, which is where I work, which is part of the regional municipality of Bornholm, covering this island, we are the one-stop shop. We are the place where waste is transported to, whether it comes from private households, whether it comes from businesses, including micro and small and medium enterprises. It all comes to us because where else will you go? It's an island. So we're in a unique position in our supply chain and in our ecosystem to work with people who generate waste, but also people who can help by recycling waste and do other things with waste to make it more circular. We have a waste incineration plant. So we run waste infrastructure, heavy industry. We have a landfill. It's a sanitary landfill, so only the worst kinds of waste is landfilled. We have recycling centers. A recycling center is a place where you go, you're a small or medium-sized enterprise, or if you're a citizen, you can go to them, to these locations, and you can deposit waste. We have 37 different kinds of waste fractions that we separate at the source, and you can come to us with your waste, and we do all that we can to move it as high up in the waste hierarchy as possible. We also have a waste processing center with hand sorting and a baling facility where we take the waste, we compress it, and we have to ship a lot of it away from the island because economies of scale matter. Bornholm is a small island and we cannot expect all ecosystem functions for circular economy to exist on Bornholm. We need to have a system where we supply waste streams and resource streams to other parts of the country and throughout Europe. We need to think of ourselves as not an island, but as a part of a broader ecosystem in our region. Finally, we have a hazardous waste transfer center. We receive bio waste, clinical medical waste, chemical waste, and we have to have a proper way of handling, packing, and sending that. What distinguishes BOFA and Bornholm within this field is the fact that we have a unanimous vision adopted by the municipal council at political level at our municipality to achieve zero waste by 2032. Zero waste. I'll get to that in a minute. Here we are. This is where a lot of us work in our organization. We're 50 plus employees. We were established in 1986, first as a company, then we became part of the public sector, and now we're part of the local municipality. We have a turnover, and I don't know how much these numbers mean to you, but it's almost 1.5 billion Indian rupees if you transfer it to the local currency equivalent. It's based on fees. It's based on what businesses pay to us when they deposit their waste, paid for by the tons of waste and the classification of waste that they have. And we get the money from households who pay a waste fee every year. It's something like 40,000 Indian rupees per year. That's what each household pays. We incinerate 20,000 tons of waste a year. That's minuscule compared to Kolkata, of course, but that's why we have this incineration plant, which is dimensioned at this scale. It's one of the smallest, or it is actually the smallest waste incineration plant in Denmark. It generates district heating. I don't suppose that you have a high need of district heating here in Kolkata, but we do in Denmark because we have winters and it gets cold. So we have a heat distribution system where our waste incineration plant supplies up to a third of the heating demand in the local biggest city. And that is equivalent to 180,000 gigajoules per year. I mentioned to you previously that we are marked by a zero waste vision. By 2032, all waste on Bornholm is treated as resources. That's part of our vision, politically adopted back in 2018, and we have to hustle. We have to get innovation activities, partnership activities, including with micro and small, medium-sized enterprises in order to reach the vision. But the idea is by 2032, our waste incineration plant is going to be decommissioned. We don't want to do waste incineration anymore. We don't want to burn waste. We want to do something else with it. We want to move higher up the waste hierarchy. It used to be the case that waste incineration plant was a good technology, but in time with circular economy coming more and more into the forefront, in time with sustainability becoming even more present in the public and private sector strategies around the world and in Denmark, we decided that it was important to think of the next step, because once you burn something, you can never do anything with it again. You get energy, and that's it. It's finished. All the calorific value is done and used in that one instant. By thinking of waste as a resource that can go in different resource streams, that for us is a higher level of circularity and sustainability with what we want to do. So what we want to do instead is eliminate incineration, eliminate landfilling. This will not be acceptable treatment options for BOFA and for Bornholm by 2032. Instead, all waste has to be prevented, reused, or recycled. That's what you see on one side of the figure here. The waste hierarchy where we eliminate the bottom steps, and we have to go all the way to the top. And that's why we need to do something new. We cannot expect to keep on doing the same thing, or what we always do, with running our waste incineration plant, running our recycling centers, and expect that to generate new results. So in order to reach this vision, we need partnerships, and we need innovation activities, and that's what the other side of the figure here shows, that we need to grow and innovate in a very steep manner in order to reach the vision. And this is just some baseline information about what we do with our waste. We're not far away from the target. Out of 100% of waste, which is around 80,000 tons we have per year, 71% is recycled, 22% is incinerated, 5.8% is landfilled. So we need to move those percentages in incineration and landfilling over to recycling, and we need to do everything that we can do to take that pie chart and decrease its size so we go from 80,000 to as little as possible. That was BOFA, that was our framework, that was our zero waste vision. The topic of the conference, of course, is social sustainability and supply chains. But before we talk about what BOFA needs or is doing with that respect, it's important to look inwardly. As Sadhan Ghosh, our professor here, mentioned, of course, we need to think about what kind of environment are we even looking at and offering our employees, our colleagues. And that's what I'll talk about now. Professor Sadhan mentioned ISO 26200. We don't have that, unfortunately. We don't have a certified social responsibility system, but we do have an environmental management system. It's an ISO 14001 system, and we do it every year. We get a certification. What we do with that environmental management system is we take targets, we take objectives and targets and put actions into place to make sure that we improve continuously, year by year, with the environment, and in the broadest sense of the word, environment. We've also included the Sustainable Development Goals in what we do. So we've taken SDG 9, 11, 12, 17, and 4, and say these are the Sustainable Development Goals mostly relevant for BOFA and for Bornholm, and we've integrated that into our way of working strategically as a company. So, for example, we want to, within SDG 9 on industry and innovation and infrastructure, we need to make sure that we have reliable and resource-efficient waste systems for community well-being. So we have a social responsibility within the environmental field to make sure that the community has a good health and well-being. So that's our own understanding as a company and as a part of the Public Waste Authority, that we need to stimulate a good community and clean community. That was at the strategic level, at the management level. What about at the worker level? In Denmark, we are obligated in our company to do a baseline assessment of well-being with our employees. Of course, how do you even start to make sure that you can provide a good environment for your employees? Well, the first thing you do is you measure it. So every other year we send a questionnaire and people answer, and the results are actually quite heartening. It's quite promising when you look at these results. We have a number of questions in different areas. The first question series has to do with purpose and clarity. Do people even know why they're there? Do people even feel they have a sense of purpose working for BOFA? And 95.8% know what their responsibilities are, and 87.5% agree that their tasks are well understood. And then we have another topic on influence and participation. And here we have 100% people that feel that they can propose solutions for management to take up. We have a very strong culture of local democracy in Denmark, and that extends to the workplace. If you have an idea, that will be taken seriously. That's important for social well-being, to be able to have your voice heard. And the statistics in our company show that this is a very conducive environment for being able to come up with your ideas. There's another issue on psychological safety. Can you provide a workplace that provides a safe environment for open discussions, conflict resolution, and constructive habits? And here we have 95.8% people who feel that it's safe to discuss problems openly, and 87.5% believe conflicts are managed well. Here, this is where we have to struggle. We are actually struggling a little bit. The next topic is workload and resource balance. Professor Sadhan mentioned that I work 12 hours a week, 12 hours a day. Is that healthy? Is that good for one's mental health? Well, I think that could also be a reflection of workload, and that's something we have to work with, because here only 62.5% of our workforce feel that the resources match the workload. So yeah, we're busy and we have a lot to do, and that's something we need to do something about it. Finally, we have a topic on job satisfaction. 100% report job satisfaction. They're happy in the jobs, and 45.8% are very satisfied. So if there's one takeaway I would take and from here and give to you all is, if you want to make improvements on social well-being in your small and medium-sized industries and enterprises, why not try to get a baseline, try to get a feel for and data on how people think about things like this? Because if you don't have the baseline, you cannot improve, and you cannot put it into an improvement system. I have something here to say about flexible and inclusive hiring practices. We have interns from universities, we have placements to enhance employability, we have different kinds of roles in the organization for people who need help to get back in the job market. and we do what we can to make sure that people who are disadvantaged in the workforce can come to us. That is the internal focus. Now the external focus. One of my privileges and the role that I have at BOFA is that I work with international projects, and this is a project supported by the European Union. It's called Reuse Lab Bornholm. And in this project, we partner up with a local vocational school called FGU. We work with the school, and this is a school for disadvantaged children and young adults who have psychosocial problems. They have a difficulty, they have diagnoses, they have autism, they have ADHD, they're sensitive, and they have other things that make them difficult, that make them difficult to navigate in the job market. They find difficulties in finding a place for them. So we have a project where we try to give them something that is relevant and important in the circular economy perspective, and gives them skills that they can market in the workplace or as their own company afterwards. This project has to do with taking in freezers, fridges, washing machines, giving them the skills to repair them, and giving them that higher awareness about environmental sustainability in their education. And that is a socio-economic model that we hope we can scale and we can bring to the market and do some social spin-offs on the basis of. So we collect these white goods, these freezers in our containers at our recycling centers, and the idea is that we can repair and refurbish, and then it doesn't even become waste. It gets put back into the system, and we intercept the waste. It gets put back. The product lifetime is extended, and for these kids, they get good skills. Their skills are improved. Their mental health is improved, and their understanding of their place in the world is improved. And that's something that we are stimulating and working with actively at Bornholm at the moment. I have another project. This is working with artisans, arts and crafts. This is funded by the European Research and Innovation Fund Horizon Europe, and it's called Hephaestus. You see over there in the background picture, a clay ceramic pot being made. And we have that on Bornholm. Bornholm is actually famous for a long heritage of craft makers on the island. People produce ceramics, they produce glass products, and they produce textile products. We have a lot of people working with their hands, and these are micro and small and medium-sized enterprises. And they have a big importance to the local economy. They say that if they were not there, we're talking a 5% drop in tourism and a loss of 90 jobs in the local economy, equivalent to 400 million Indian rupees, 450 million rupees. So it's not insignificant what they can do. So what we want to do with this project is to create a living lab, a living laboratory where we work in an ecosystem manner with craft makers to try to find new ways of improving the situation in a sustainable way. And a living lab is not just a laboratory where you try something and that's it. A living lab is something where you test, adjust, reiterate. So as a public organization doing this kind of thing, we try to introduce something new to the craft makers. We find out what is it that they think about it, and if course correction needs to be made real quickly, we have to be quick to adapt to that. And that's kind of an agile method in projects that we're experimenting with in this project. And this is just a way to illustrate that we have a time-bound space from March next year to November 26, and we have different interventions in all aspects of sustainability, environment, social, and economic, and we want to try to do new solutions in this living lab with the craft makers to improve upon sustainability. And these are some ideas that we want to work with. I think I'll focus on social sustainability here. The craft makers have come to us and said, it's really lonely, it's difficult being a craft maker. You get depressed. Income is very sporadic. The customers are not always there, and you feel very much isolated. Is there something in the project that could be done to foster a sense of collaboration among them? Can BOFA play a role in creating a space for mentors, for peer learning, and for mental support among craft makers? And that's something we will be seriously considering as part of our intervention in the Living Lab in the Hephaestus project in Bornholm. This is my final example of of what I want to mention today, because time is running. Social sustainability with building and construction materials. We're working with the idea of a materials bank. What is a materials bank? This is what it could look like. It's quite simple. It's an outdoor space, it should be covered, but it's a place where you have building materials out in the open, but it's a part of a system where waste materials can be taken out of waste streams, put into this place, returned to public or private companies, clients and partners, so that we can again try to close these resource flows and reuse more instead of crushing, or reuse instead of incinerating, or reuse instead of landfilling. So the idea is, again, to maybe a living lab setup, to make a model where we develop this further and work with micro and small, medium-sized enterprises for sourcing the material and maybe developing the material and maybe selling it. But this is under experimentation and is something that we really want to foster on Bornholm. You have to understand that building materials are cheaper to buy new in Denmark compared with reused materials. A brick is more expensive if you take it down from a building and you clean it and you sell it again, because the labor is expensive. So if you have highly mechanized, highly automatized brick production at big scale, that can easily outcompete labor-intensive practices. And that's what we're up against. So we have to find a business case and a way of working with this that can address these issues. In Danish, the word for thank you is tak. So I would say tak, and open the floor to questions, I think.
Thank you, David. Now we can take up one question now, if anybody has. Any question? No. In fact, you know that the last but one slide talks about sustainability, the environmental and operation, one area, economy, another area, and the third area is social sustainability. We are focusing on social sustainability. And if social sustainability can be adhered to very effectively, other two will be easily coming. Okay, thank you, David. Thank you for a very nice presentation, and we will be back again. So now I request the next speaker, Trakar, and she's from Mahidol University, and she was introduced earlier. So now, Trakar, you will speak for 20 minutes.
So I'm Trakar from Thailand. So I would like to talk about the recent developments of supply chain sustainability, like opportunity and challenge for MSME and organizers, and then also for MSMEs representatives today, because it costs your time to be here. I know that you are small and then you spend time one day with us, so thank you for coming. So I would like to share first that I'm from university, right? So I'm like just like normal professors, and then we would like to work on research and implement research together with a partner, including industry, communities, and also collaborate with the networks. So my work is on like using assessment tools, environmental assessment, life cycle assessment, substantive assessment to support decisions. So without industrial support, we cannot really have the research implemented. One of the research is also about that we have to have support from the government and have fundings from industry together with the structures. So we work with the water productions, jewelry productions, waste management, and others also industry. So these are all the examples of industry that need to have the collaboration with university, need to have environmental assessment and social assessment, because it's a part of their business. That if you would like to have aluminum stewardship initiatives, then we need to have this kind of assessment as a support. So at the end, they have to form together, not stand alone. That the industry have to collaborate together across supply chain under the collaboration with university and government, and work with communities, as well as also have the applications from my works. But I will not go into detail of this one, because I would like to focus on today regarding the MSME, that what are the drivers of green and inclusive economy in Thailand? Why MSME that would like to be green? And what would be strategy implementation to enhance green industry practices in SMEs? And not only green that focus on environment, the issues, the challenge for social aspects also the same. Yeah, and economic-based mechanism that we have right now in Thailand that can support MSMEs. So without this support, it's not feasible for them to move forward. Then also another development that we have, environmental, social, and governance or ESG practices in Thai SMEs. Because of working at social aspect alone is not feasible. If you don't looking at profit or you don't look at environment, so you need to look at everything together so that you can have effective or efficient management at your levels. And then end up with the case studies. So first, what is the SME definitions by employment and annual income in Thailand? So in 1 million Thai baht is around 2.32 million Indian rupees. So if we have like micro scales, like up to 5 persons, and then annual income less than 1.8 million baht. Then for small employment up to 50, and then the medium one up to 200. Then annual income less than 100 million baht for the like small, and then the less than 500 million baht for the medium one. So that's structure from Thailand. Then what would be contributions to Thailand? There are 3 key sectors of MSME, the major one. The first one is manufacturing, and the second one is trade, wholesale, retail, and repair. And then the last one is service. So I think it might be also similar here as well. But in fact, MSME contribute to like 7 trillion Thai baht in 2018, and it's like representing 43% of GDP. So it's really running the country as well. And also, it's like these 3 key sectors, but the most important sector is also in agriculture as well. And most of MSME also like are in rural area. So somehow it's like the economic conditions, they are not that rich. But how can we compete with also the large scale business? So that is also ongoing work that we can consider here. And if you look at organization form and scale of MSME in Thailand, so the first one is organization form that mostly based on community-based organization and also have the main issue as like community-based issue as well. And the size, like medium size, like from 5 to 20s, also workers, it is contributing to 51% of the MSME in Thailand, with also the revenues around like 0.5 to 1.8 million baht. So these are the overall pictures of MSME. And why that we have to consider about the other impact apart from our profits? Because there are so many risks globally, and environment is also a top risk as well. That they have to look at the environment like because of like the natural disasters, and then also like the climate change impacts, natural resource crisis. So that's why they are also like to ensure that the business can run very well. So they have to consider to address quantities like environmental problems. So at the end, we need to tackle because we also are part of supply chains. So that's why at the end, the green economy has been increasing globally and also in Thailand. So this is also like market opportunities. So that's why right now that MSME also embed green economy as part of it. And also a part of the company that they have like 93% of company that would like to walk away if they are not concerned about ESG. Not only environment, also social and governance as well. And of course that in our country we also have economic growth in the future, and we also focus more on sustainability, because also this is not only the assessment at national levels. It might be meaningless for the companies, but we have the national structure in order to support. For example, we have national strategies on SDGs that support like stabilities that embedded SDG teams, public sector management have collaborations, eco-friendly growth that have many also SDG like zero hungers, and then also clean water sanitation and so on. Social equality that also focus on like no poverty, zero hungers and other things as well, and human capacity development and competitiveness. And these issues are embedded in national strategy as well as also policy and support, economically, technically as well. So why that Thailand have to consider this? Because and afterward all the trend and all the trend that we have to have climate change policy. In our country we have national determined contributions in November 2022. So we have to have the target of climate change and then also like zero carbon and zero greenhouse gas emissions. But in order to do so, we have also regulation and support. Then we have Climate Change Act to enforce all players, including business. And it also going to affect MSME. because they don't have enough resources to tackle this. So in order to do so, there are also many support as well. But of course, these are also like in the context of national policy that we have Thailand 4.0 that also develop based on industrial 4.0 that would be like the country with security, prosperity, and sustainability, not only profitability. So in this one, we also have to tackle this three key issues like middle income trap to be more developed and then more higher income inequities, and imbalance developments. So in order to do this, we also have this policy and action like agricultural 4.0, smart farming, as well as also establishment of digital economies promotion agencies and SME capacity building program through the Office of SME Promotions. So these are some kind of the promotional plan. So I will not go into details because I would like to see some present some example that what happened in the country as well. So in this one, they have like promote and develop SME by different support technologies and capacity buildings, and also like promoting mechanism like have the tools and then embed it into different activities. And we also have the Social Enterprise Promotion Act 2019. So in this one, they also have financial support from social enterprise promotion fund, include like loan program, startup grant, and financial support as well, and also tax incentive under revenue department and others benefits. So that is about the national policy and then how it's implemented right now. So implementation of green industry in Thailand, like now we have 92% of factories in Thailand have been a part of green industry systems. So this is also one of the support throughout the past 10 years, that with this policy support, financially, technically, we have increased the number of green industry. So we have different level, have green commitment, just like have the commitment, have policy, and after have activity at level 2. And then we have green system, level 3, that you have environmental management systems, and followed by green culture. Not only the system that you have, you need to have cultures in environmental implement effectively, and also the covering criteria of standard of corporate social sustainability such as ISO 26000 and level 5 green supply chain. Not only yourself, but your supply chain need to be green as well. So of course that there are also strengths of having this green industry. Together we have social sustainability in MSME. So we have good perception that okay, there be a good perception that is very good big in the industry, but what for? And also you have the credit as well, and we have certification system. Then you can also have the credible of the certification scheme. And also have the, because in Thailand we have large number of Thai SMEs, so it's also strength point to promote it in this sector. And it also create very good image and afterward competitiveness of the SME. And it also brings opportunities because of having a part of this. It also follows 20-year national plans on green economies. And consumers are interested and third parties require green industry. So this is a good side. What would be weaknesses? Absence of appropriate regulatory regimes. Sometimes we have also many regulations that also not allow the small scale industry to work on different things. And lack of knowledge, lack of budget, unsensible management in environment as well as also social aspects. Trend also, lack of the green industry knowledge management, limited awareness of the public. So without awareness, it is not easy. But in order to have this one, we can have different strategy that we can have economics-based mechanisms, we can have incentives, sustainable procurements, voluntary green product certification schemes, as also awareness raising. So these are activities that, of course, it's in theory, but it has in practice that you will see an example. And also like other strategies include also adopt regulation mechanisms, green product law and product tax, as well as also other specific programs to enhance the knowledge. One of the support is also like based on the Thailand Board of Investment, that they have various also like tax incentive and non-incentive in different sections. Like we have green energy solution for corporate net zero emission goals, have university green tariff mechanism. So support green energy, that company have green energy, or investment in renewable energy, that at the end there are also support, but also there are some limitations that I will share an example at the end. So not only the energy, but we also have the support in terms of agricultural and agribusiness, preservation and waste management, bioenergy and biofuels. So there are different options of economic support and also like the others as well. So there are a lot of sectors that being specified and have specific support to specific industry. These are also some examples that I have some green SMEs have knowledge sharing, like platform sharing by SME banks, as well as also the loan that we have green loan for SME with the fixed interest rate, and also special loan up to 10 million baht and free of capital payment 12 months. Or there are also other banks that provide this loan. And I don't think that banks are naturally very good to the society, but they have some support as well from the government policy to have this one. And also some practices that, okay, that they have also practice of the Thai SME. So in the red one that we have really low SME, ESG practices, environmental, social and governance practice. And then the green one is very, the applicable ones. So you can see that service sectors is the most green one that have more ability, and then because of it touch with customers, so they are also like intended to have the better ESG practice, and small ones seem to be better than micro and medium one. And some of the activity that they have, like waste separation, support local communities, these are also two key in terms of environment, and then also the social aspect of this implementation by the MSME in Thailand. Then these are also examples of business that we have, like Maclong Thai Engineering, that they have upgrade values of the coconut shells becoming premium standardized charcoal biscuit. So this one they can buy raw material of burnt coconut shell from small entrepreneurs and have local workers from 50 households. It's very good at social impact. But recently I also see the news as well that this factory also have air pollution problems because environmental controls is very costly and they are not working very well yet. So this is also some issue that if you don't look at everything at the same time, you may end up at solving one problem and having another problem. But solving all problems altogether, maybe how can you afford that without the support? Another business is also like 100% organic aromatic coconut products, and also this product registers with geographical indication that produce quality aromatic coconut sweet smells. So they use technology to help reduce work process, having QR code scannings and the tree have Google Sheet programs, and this technology development happened in COVID-19 for the SME to survive, and also receive advice from the banks. That could be also one of the system. Yeah, and then also another product like Padey is also the product that developed with Thai design products that believe in power of designing that can enhance better life and better worlds. So in this one, they also have various type of products that based on using the waste, also like recycle from the plastic bag, plastic film, which also under a pilot project of communities. So they also have pet bottle collection from post-consumer waste, as well as also like discarded fishing net from the free seas projects. And you need to have collaboration together with designers to make a product that's sellable in higher price. That could be also support for SME as well. Or the circulars that also like circular economies that it is not, you can be SME, but you can also cooperate with also the larger brand or like the larger company in order to make the profit and then make the story together, because you're not alone in supply chains. So in this case, circular company have collaborate with 10 large-scale suppliers in order to make their products and to make story together that recycle textile waste in a modern way with a nice design. Or they have also like circular textile platform that have also the company and then MSME as the members to also showcase their use of agricultural waste to consumer, post-consumer, and recycled materials in textile industry. So that also would be, that also support as well from the government that have some funding support for this, making up this type of platform. Or also my own research that we work on the project biogas empowerment that accelerating like biogas community grid-based biogas systems. And I have learned a lot as well from SME, from the farmers, that this is a wind farm in the northern of Thailand. that the farm is the chicken farm and they have chicken manure and they produce biogas from chicken manure. And afterward, they have built up the gas grid distribution to communities. To be able to stay together with the community, this setup is also very important. So they have obtained partial funding support from government to build up these gas distribution systems and then give the gas to the community with very cheap price. And actually they give for free, but the price obtained from the community to make the maintenance. So these are also like showing them that they have like the biogas systems and also they can connect to the grid and then connect to the pipeline and then the community can use the gas for the cooking for free. So this is also the way that the farmers stay together in communities. And it's not only the one plant that I'm interested in, that I also have discussed with many companies right now that they would like to have this operation in the future. And it's not only about their own business, but because of the company to be able to stay in the communities. This kind of support in the community also important. And also in the future, it could also create business opportunities that the SME can also think that if we can build up the larger systems and then if the community can buy the gas at a cheaper price, then it's also sellable as well. Not just only to give the gas for free, but it could be business models. And this is also one of the things that university could work together. That we can have like this, I'll show you the picture that there are biogas collection systems. And then we have also like distribution to the households. So the construction of the systems is paid by the farm as well as also the governments. And afterward also when it's constructed to maintain the system, the community set up the committee to take care of the system. And there are also other kind of this development that happen together because of they are the support from the government, not only the technical one, but also they are also funding structure that enforce also university in order to do together with the industry. For example, for my project, I got like 20% support from industry. Yes, industry have to pay 10% by cash and 10% in kind support. Then we get the funding 80% from the government. And another part is from international partner. So with this kind of setup, it also enforce us, or not enforce us, but support us to work with industry. But if it's large scale industry, so they have to pay 50%. But if small scale, it's only 10%. But in case that it is not, industry is like very small, minor scale. So in that case, we can also work together with governmental agency. And then to have the program that at the end it could increase the competitiveness of industry. So this kind of funding structure is very important and also like make me to be able to support the industry and communities. And I hope that this could be a part of the inspiration in the future that we could collaborate together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David and Prakan, for your very beautiful presentation. So we will now switch over to the next part of this session, and I hand over to the coordinator or the mistress of ceremony.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. May I request our President, Mr. Bhattacharya, to present memento to Professor Dr. Sadhan Ghosh for his well-moderated session. I now request Mr. Shondip Moitro, Council Member FOSMI, to present memento to Dr. David A.M. Christensen. May I now request Mr. Padey to present memento to Dr. Prakan Prabhaswamy. We have with us Mr. Gautam Poddar, Assistant Director, MSME DFO Kolkata, Minister of MSME Government of India. We would like to felicitate him. May I request our President, Mr. Bhattacharya, to felicitate him.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We will now proceed for the technical Q&A session 2 on the topic supply chain, social sustainability and MSME. Gautam Sengupta, Rector, Techno India University, Kolkata, West Bengal, to take his seat. Let me introduce Dr. Gautam Sengupta. Dr. Gautam Sengupta is a distinguished expert in quality management and agile methodologies with over 35 years of experience in industry and academia. He has held senior leadership roles in organizations like Tata Motors, Philips and the Videocon Group. In academia, Dr. Sengupta has served as Vice Chancellor of Techno India University, Director of Calcutta Business School and is currently the Rector of Techno India University. He also served as an adjunct professor at IIT Kharagpur, specializing in total quality management and supply chain management. Dr. Sengupta holds a PhD in management from Bengal Engineering and Science University, MBA from XLRI Jamshedpur and a Bachelor of Mechanical Engineering from Jadavpur University. His professional certifications include PMI Agile Certificate Practitioner, Project Management Professional, Six Sigma Certification and Lean Manufacturing Consultant. Dr. Sengupta is also the advisor to the FOSMI Advisory Board. I now request esteemed speakers Dr. Bui Thi Than Wang from Vietnam and Dr. Rajkumar Bhattacharya from Nepal to join the session for the technical plenary session 2 on the topic Supply Chain Social Sustainability in MSME. Before start the session, let me introduce the speakers of this session. Let me introduce Dr. Bui Thi. She is the lecturer at the Faculty of Climate Change and Sustainability Science of School of Interdisciplinary Sciences and Arts in Vietnam National University, Hanoi, with 20 years of experience in environmental education. She is the founder of VNU Green Tech Spin-off, Vice Board of VNU Scientist Link. She completed her BA degree in 2004 in Geography Pedagogy, MSc degree in 2006 in Physical Geography and PhD in 2015 in Geography Resource Environment. She is a consultant on Green Preschool Zero Plastic Waste Schools. She works in the sustainability of SMEs in Vietnam. She has been the mentor of 7 startup teams that have received many awards for startup initiatives related to smart waste, recycling, community education for a green and zero waste living space. Let me introduce Dr. Rajkumar Bhattacharya. He is the professor in Tribhuvan University, Nepal, teaching postgraduate management courses relating to MSME's business strategy, entrepreneurship development, leadership, organizational behavior, research methodology, international business and other. Professor Dr. Rajkumar Bhattacharya epitomizes the concept of a academic seamlessly blending academic rigor with practical expertise across a range of domains, including innovation, entrepreneurship, general management and socio-economic development. He has worn numerous professional hats, serving as president, executive partner, advisory board member, CEO, professor, senior research specialist as well as consultant, principal investigator and team leader across a spectrum of prestigious organizations such as IDRC, ILO and the World Bank. Before we start the session, may I request Mr. G.S. Chaudhuri to present flower and Uttoriyo to Dr. Rajkumar Bhattacharya.
Yes, sir.
May I request Mr. Krishnendu Vishwas to present flower and Uttoriyo to Dr. Bui Thi Than Wang. Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. Sengupta to kindly forward the session.
Good afternoon. Okay, I had a different plan when I came in. I had a plan to talk over PowerPoint presentation, but I have changed my plan. 2 reasons why I have changed my plan. Because the people who are attending here, I know them, and I have come for you only. When Vishwanath spoke to me that you have to come, and the people here are very close to my heart. And therefore I thought I must come and talk to you, heart to heart. And heart to heart talk is never possible over a PowerPoint presentation. Right? You are with me? It will be a little interactive, try to limit my time. Firstly, this is a supply chain social sustainability in MSME. Big name. Now, MSME word is little confusing because I speak across the world. In Europe, MSME is not told. In Europe, it is told SME, small and medium enterprise. In India and this part of the world, we talk MSME, micro, small, medium enterprise. In West Bengal, it is more of micro. Agreed? All of you agree? Yeah. So therefore, the perception is different. For micro and small, unlike what is practiced in the rest of the world, the practice is different. And I will talk on that. And what I will talk is based on a research, a PhD research which we did under me during the COVID-19. And we tried to find out what is that, why the entrepreneurs in West Bengal, all of you are that, is not coming to global standard, although you have all the potential. And I will take the reference of what Professor Ghosh was talking. He spoke about Maslow's theory of motivation. Many of you know. Point is, it is not the workman to be motivated. My question is, and Alokda is here, I'm sure he agrees, are the entrepreneurs here are motivated? Extremely motivated. How many of you raise the hand? Extremely motivated. Yeah, one is there, I know it. Many hands are not coming up. Yeah. The reason is not you. The reason is the ecosystem around you. Example of Tata was given. I had worked there, not 1, 2 years, 13 years. And I had led the ancillarization, which means developing MSME. I had created Adityapur, which is near Jamshedpur. 200 units, all are throbbing, all are extremely good. What differently we did there? Tatas, they took over those companies. One of us, Vishwanath, one of us used to sit on those companies. We never blamed them, no point blaming them. One of the manager, one of us, I was taking care of Friends Enterprise, one of the large company who used to make bumpers for the Tata trucks. Taking over means what? We were changing their culture. We were sitting there, guiding them, holding their hand. Circular economy, sustainability will never happen until we are able to motivate you. Until you are motivated, you yourself is motivated, but is the environment around you is motivating. We quite often we say, if you don't do it, the unit will close down. It's not motivation. We should say, if we don't do it, our economy will close down. Our thesis, our PhD work during 2019 COVID said what? It says, it is the lack of motivation at the entrepreneur level which is not giving the psychological safety to them as well as psychological safety to the workmen. And that's something which has to be required to be done. I'll give you one example since I spoke about Tata. You know Tata Motors, Telco. How many of you know Telco? All hands are raised. You know Telco. I was the head of ancillarization. We are in trouble, one of the year, and our commercial vehicles stock went up to 10,000. Can you understand 10,000 stock means? What is the kind of inventory pressure we had on our head? It is a supply chain, so I'm talking about this. 10,000 unsold vehicle. We spoke to Sumant Mulgaonkar, who was the chairman of Tata's. We said, what is to be done? He said, be transparent. Call all your suppliers. He said, take the supplier on your lap. This is the phrase we used to use in Tata's. Call the supplier, take them on your lap. Invite them to the Telco club. Say you are in trouble. And hear what they are talking. What is their suggestion? We called them. We spoke to them and we said we are in trouble. 10,000 commercial vehicles not sold. And what is the suggestion? They stood up and said, we are with you. We are with you. And kindly delay our payment so that your economy goes up. So the normal payment terms was 30 days, we extended it to 6 months, 180 days. No turbulence, nothing. That's what is Tata. In supply chain, my profession is supply chain. I have done my, whatever qualification you say across the world, I have done everything. In a supply chain, we call bullwhip effect. How many of you know bullwhip effect? কেউ জানেন bullwhip effect বলতে কি বোঝায়? জানেন না. Bullwhip effect is looking at the entire supply chain, extremely transparent in front of your eyes. No opaqueness. Today, most of the supply chains are not performing because of bullwhip effect. And those bullwhip effect we have created. So therefore, basically, Professor Ghosh came here, did lot of work, and we have seen only 2 hands raised. How many of you have implemented circular economy? It doesn't happen under threat. It never happens under threat. Let me say so. In a Western country, you have social security. In our country, we don't have social security. It never happens under threat. It happens under motivation. You have to hold their hand. Vishwanath is doing a fantastic work. Professor Ghosh is doing a fantastic work. He is holding your hand. But are we all in the ecosystem? Are we holding the hands of our friends here, sitting here? They want to do a good job. Blaming them will not help. I'm very sorry to say. This is my experience of working with them. I have created Adityapur in Jamshedpur. I have created Philips, all the vendors. We never say vendor, I'm very sorry. In Philips, we say co-maker. You are our co-maker. Vishwanath was one of our, I'm proud of him. He was one of our co-maker. We don't say this word is not there in Tata Philips dictionary. We say you are all co-maker. We are doing together. So if you die, we die. If non-sustainability closes your gate, I am closing my gate. So this is the essence which basically I wanted to tell you. Let us wake up. The guys who are sitting here, they are our future. Therefore, we have to hold their hand. We have to do together. How many times you are appreciated, we have to increase it. How many times you are recognized, we have to enhance that. And there is no second thought in getting the benefit out of this. If we do the topic of this seminar, it enhances your brand value, it cuts your cost year after year, it attracts the investor, it gives you a competitive advantage, and it gives you a customer loyalty and employee attraction. So that's it from my side. We are available. I am the Vice Chancellor Rector of Techno India University. We are available anytime you like any of our assistance. We are available. We want to see a different Bengal. With these words, thank you very much. Jai Hind. So, now I think I'm within the time. Yeah, I'm within the time. I've just taken 10 minutes. Now, we have 2 wonderful, excellent international speakers. So, I would request them to take over. And in which order you have to tell me? Which order? Who will come first? You? Okay. So, Dr. Wong from Vietnam National University, Hanoi, Vietnam. So, time is 20 minutes.
Hi, everybody. Yes, nice to meet you. I would like to give the thank with the MSMEs in India. I would like to give the thank with the Professor Ghosh and everyone in MSMEs invite me to come here to give the case study from in my university and case study from Vietnam about the social sustainability supply chain. Okay. Firstly, warmly welcome and would like thank all of us stay here in this town to listen to me. But I would like to give the special thanks with all the humans stay here who can stand up. Who all the humans staying here stand up. India's proud the Miss International grant was the grant in the Thailand. We are you are in your Grand International is so beautiful Thailand and warm heart. We are proud of the Indian woman, and today I am proud of you because you are the woman with many tasks in the family. You are still beautiful, and you are the enterprise and become to the business woman. You are so intelligent and so talent. Thank you for attending here. Yes, thank you. I would like to give the thank you for the woman today because I am the woman and female like this. And life almost in the science and the business. I would like to give my presentation about the enhancing business implementation, supply chain, social stability in the in case of Vietnam. Okay. In my opinion, the focus of social supply chain stability is thus: the first, ensure adherence to proper labor, safety, and security standards. The second is uphold the standard of fair trade and social equality. The third is enrich lives across the globe through better delivery and availability of products. And the fourth, about the ultimate routing and mandatory tasks. And in Vietnam, the policy requires an SME to implement for sustainable. Yes, for the sustainable social supply chain. In my opinion, with the three points. That is the three tasks. Three main tasks for all the enterprise in Vietnam. The first is the implement and all the MSMEs in Vietnam implement the extended production responsibility. I can call the EPR. About the EPR in Vietnam and in the world, as you know, you can see in the map on the screen. In India and China and almost South Africa in the can implement the implementation in EPR, and Vietnam is before after your country is the framework EPR leading relation. You can see the small my country like this in the Southeast Asia, and EPR policy in Vietnam focus on retailer, consumer buy, about the material collection and so on. And EPR in Vietnam now it is a framework for the product and packaging for recycle, and all the product lines, the product you show near here is need to carry out the EPR. And that's true. If the MSMEs in Vietnam need to implement environmental social goal, I can say I can call the ESG. And why need to implement ESG? As you know, and all of the MSEs and some company and enterprise in Vietnam need to carry out the responsible day. In the responsible day, and on the company to come to my university and listen to my lecture and know how about the ESG, how about the EPR, and so on. And they participate with us to give some action like the collect waste around the factory and in the society. And why need to implement an ESG? As you know, in Vietnam, you can see on the screen, Vietnam have the number index rank in the 54 in the world. It's the 166 in the country, but in the SDG in Vietnam is the rank in the 54. And about the population in Vietnam is smaller and smaller than India, about approximately 100 million people. And GDP per capita of Vietnam about 13,000, upper 13,000 US dollar per year. And almost the criteria and SDG goals still in the cannot to achieve. Only the SDG 1, no poverty, and SDG 4, quality education, we can achieve the criteria and complete the criteria. And some major challenges remain. That is so difficult for us to carry out. And all the enterprise and company need to company with us to carry out this. The SDG 2, 0. SDG 3, good health. SDG 14, life below water. As you know, in Vietnam has a long seaside. And SDG 15 is life on land. SDG 16 is peace, justice, and strong institution. Although Vietnam institution is good, but yes, only one party, Communist Party. So some problem when in the country it has only one party. And there are a lot of the criteria and the data from SDG in Vietnam about the dimension poverty and number beneficial for the people benefiting. You can find in my presentation. So I would like to show you about the sex ratio between in female and male in Vietnam. And in Vietnam, the more 10 or 11 male more than in female. And now there are lots of criteria to fit up with the SDG. And can you show in the some about 70s of urban ladies solid waste need to process and treat directly. And now we have to try to increase the forest coverage rate with the 42% almost in the forest in Vietnam. And I would like to come to the last task, that is the third task of the MSME in Vietnam need to implement the responsibility to accompany with the SDG and net zero 2050 goal of the government. I know that in India, net zero in India in 2070. But in Vietnam, it's sooner, in 2050. And I would like to show you the case study in the small startup, the spin-off in Green Station for Social Sustainability Supply Chain in Vietnam. TSR. I have just to give some brochure for someone here to know how is TSR. How is TSR is the SR1 is the smart retailers. Almost the enterprise relating to the retailers. And the SR2 is the smart refill. Smart refill is the new model, business model in the new century, because that is reduce the plastic waste, reduce the package, and we give shape logistics, shape how to the supply chain to hold the society. I think the smart refill is a good model for everyone. And now I am the leader of the smart refill network in Vietnam. I would like to connect with someone here. Yeah, you can put here lump sum liquid to Vietnam to join with the supply of smart refill network in Vietnam. And the smart S3 is the smart recycling. The smart recycling is the criteria and the symbol for carrying the responsibility of the enterprise and SMEs for society in Vietnam. So now I would like to show how is the 3SR through the small video. You can show is about the small company how to carry out with the social responsibility.
Recognizing this as a distinctive contribution.
Green Tech is my
over the past 5 years, evolving from innovative startup projects by VNU students, 3SR has taken on the mission of connecting communities to harness resources from waste. Recognizing this as a distinctive contribution, Dr. Bùi Thị Thanh Hương established VNU Green Tech, a spin-off of VNU as a model of green startups. She has worked tirelessly to foster this initiative, promoting a spirit of innovation within the current context of green transformation. Leveraging VNU's strength in science, technology, and its reputable brand, VNU Green Tech unites scientists and dynamic young individuals passionate about the 3SR project: smart retail, smart refill, smart recycling. Smart retail vending machines can hold up to 300 products and come equipped with free Wi-Fi. Payment options include QR codes, cash, RFID cards, or NFC features on mobile devices. 3SR collaborates with retail suppliers whose products meet green consumption standards. 3SR has partnered with Fuji Electric Group, Japan, to provide thousands of vending machines, key hardware components of the supply chain managed by software developed by VNU scientists.
ハワイインテージと 3SI 今後廃棄物削減リサイクルまたは皆さんの健康の事業をこれからベトナムに普及させ頑張っていきたいと思います。
Integrating smart refill with the vending system is one of 3SR's innovative features. This approach introduces a new trend in the liquid supply chain, reducing plastic packaging waste and supporting producers in fulfilling their extended responsibilities during their significant green transformation. Having started as a scrap metal collection business, ViaCycle has become Vietnam's largest recycling group after 20 years, with over 2,500 collaborators contributing to the development of a modern and advanced recycling industry.
ViaCycle sẽ cam kết đồng hành cùng dự án 3R vì một Việt Nam văn minh với rác.
The automatic weighing stations help customers quantify waste. Customers swipe RFID cards or use the NFC feature on their phones before sorting and weighing waste. The system records and transfers points and accumulated funds to the card. If customers sort waste into the following categories: food waste, paper waste, fabric waste, batteries and electronics, flexible plastics, hard plastics, plastic bottles, and glass, customers can use the accumulated balance on their cards to purchase goods within the 3SR system. 3SR is now present in schools and hospitals across densely populated areas in Hanoi, helping to promote waste sorting at the source. 3SR has been commercialized and now functions as a tool for managing real-time stock supply at each station, analyzing and forecasting demand and market trends. What's remarkable is that 3SR provides real-time monitoring and reporting on the accumulation of carbon and plastic credits for localities, regions, and nations. This data serves as a crucial foundation for developing action plans aimed at achieving Vietnam's net zero target by 2050. By sorting waste, earning points, and purchasing goods at 3SR stations, we can all contribute to building a more civilized and prosperous Vietnam.
Yes, that is my 3SR. So I would like to show and give you the goods model for your for all the enterprise and company in your countries. And now I would like to give some ending about my presentation. Okay. Can you show? Yes. About I would like to show it the most important thing about the social sustainability of MSME is the green credit management relating to the plastic credits and carbon credits. When you try to focus on in the ESG environmental social goal, you can make the plan and strategy for your company and enterprise in the suitable in the new century. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Yeah, thank you. Yes, sir.
Well, I think it was one of a very wonderful presentation.
I have a small question.
Yes, thank you.
What are the challenges Vietnam faced to implement the EPR?
EPR.
Yeah.
Yes, is the tax and money to submit to the government, and all the government collect the big grant and big tax collect the money from the own enterprise, but there is no regulation to how to spend the money from this basis from collection of EPR from EPR. Only one question.
You are talking about the plastic credit.
Yes.
So what you get instant benefit out of it, and then you can purchase something else out of it.
Yes, of course. Plastic credit is more expensive than the carbon credit about 10 times. Yeah, you are so intelligent when you care about the plastic credit. When you prove how to collect the plastic credit, if someone in the international grant it pay for you. Here there are a lot of people know about that. That may be the 0% for loan, and maybe it's a good budget for your company when you prove how to collect the plastic credit.
You can share your whatever you have done for micro system in Vietnam. You can share to other countries also.
Yes, of course. I can share. Franchise in India, I can bring GSR to India, or you own the company here to contact with me and bring your product to Vietnam in my project GSR.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other question, please? No other? Okay. Now I request Dr. Rajkumar Bhattacharya, Professor of Management, Nepal Commerce Campus, wonderful, Tribhuvan University. Over to you. Your time is 20 minutes.
Very good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Ghosh for inviting me to this wonderful and lovely sessions. Similarly, I would like to thank FOSMI providing and making this sort of things arranged, well organized. So let me talk about the enhancing business by implementing supply chain social sustainability in MSMEs. And I would like to say this is a strategic approach, and how can we move this strategic approach? So we have to have some of the solutions. So today I would like to cover a very brief thing about MSMEs and the objectives of not my study, objectives of today's presentations, why I would like to speak here today. And the next thing is, briefly I talk about the MSMEs and supply chain. And I have one model I would like to suggest, and I'm working on it. And in Nepal, I'm working with the local municipalities, mayors, and all these local administrative agencies in Nepal to implement this one. There are two things. So one is the wrist. That means MSME's wrist must be strong enough, then only they can work together. And a case study, that project, how we are implementing in Nepal, and the solution as a strategy approach, the Rastali, and conclusion. So when we talk about introductions, so MSME's role in economic development, so nothing to highlight in it because everyone would like to know it. So critical for economic growth, and not only economic growth, it is really critical for social inclusion. And employment, when we talk about that, and the local economies and innovation, it must start from the MSMEs. As long as we ignore or we isolate the MSMEs from the mainstream development procedures, then no country, so far I have understood, have improved. In one way or the other way, each and every developed economies have emphasis on the development of MSMEs. So when we look at this, why I am here, because the things that the objectives of this presentation is to share how REST framework serves for supply chain social sustainability in enhancing MSME business performance, and to conceptualize Rastali as a strategic framework for supply chain social sustainability towards business performance. Now, MSMEs, you see, is a contributions in this thing is that in our country there is about 22% of Nepal's GDP is coming from MSMEs, and about 95% of registered, there is tendency probably it would be in India also that, so 95% of registered, still there are MSMEs not registered, doing conventionally from the very beginning, that out of that registered one, 95, starting from the large scale to the bottom level, so 95% of registered business in Nepal are MSMEs. So employment, about the 2.7 million, you say, is a people, about 208 million, so total population, approximately, let's say, it would not be wrong to say 300 million, 3 crore, very small population compared to India, but it is contributing that one. And out of that one important part in development at the later part is that 44% females are owners in MSMEs. So it was the latest development of the country. Now, when we talk about that, the MSMEs, you see, the supply chain social sustainability, it is integration of socially responsible practices within supply chains. So I would have to say social, is my understanding, I would like to say social means is nothing what is shared. If you do not share, it's your personal one. What do you share? It's your social one. If you talk about the supply chain, do you share the value created by the entities or the organization what are working in that and making things happen? To what extent are you sharing? The big chunk of that, the margin of the value, do you wish to take at your hand, or you want to distribute who are contributing to produce that one? So what about that, the fairness? So everything is linked to this assumption. So now how do you wish to share? In sharing with your employees, sharing with your, you see, the suppliers, sharing with your customers also. So how do you do that? And do you wish to build resilience to economic and external pressure? If yes, then you must go for the social sustainability approach. If you don't wish to develop resilience, then it would not be. So now, you wish to see the benefit immediately, or you are looking for a couple of years ahead. If you just want to make a money looking at, oh, this is the conference today and there are so many persons coming in, I would like to say something and do, and then, okay, fine. So, social sustainability may be very far from you. So now, we all have to think, we are not only for today, we are for tomorrow also. And not we are, our generation is also waiting to take our role, and then they do most at their own. So now, the focus part of this thing is the risk focus. Risk means, W stands for waste, R stands for rent, interest, supplies, technology, and support. All these things are coming and making the rest, actually the rest of the MSMEs. So now, at the MSMEs level, I would like to suggest, what about the strength of wrist, what you actually doing and exercising. So now we talk about the ways, to go into detail about that, the wrist part of these things. So now ways. So what about the ways? In our context, the ways was, you see, is distinctly different between male and female. If the same work was done by male, would be getting 1. If the same job done by the female, it would be getting half of it. So now 50% wages used to give to females doing for the same job. Now there are so many interventions, so many innovation support activities from the part of the government, from the part of the NGOs and INGOs, then now it's somewhere still there, but almost it has been come together with equality. It has come. So now how are you paying wages? And that the wages is sufficient to have or not? Are you maintaining the fair national standard, minimum standard fixed by the government? Or there are so many things you can look at. If you wish to make your supply chain sustainable, socially acceptable, now there are so many things coming around wage. Wage includes salaries and whatever the benefits you are paying to your employees, or that the consultant, or that advisor, whoever that. You have to look at a holistic approach, and then you have to think, and you have to judge whether that wages system is fair enough or not. I'm not talking about the equality. Equality for me is little bit far from the fairness. So now, in order to have the social, the fair things, we have to go for the fairness, not for only for the equitable, means equality. Equitable in my sense is equal. So now the rent. Now how that the MSMEs basically paying the rent? Now before there were nothing about that from the part of the government, but now there are so many things here also. Are they able to pay a rent to the properties, to the machineries, to the land, buildings? What small enterprises are, either using and utilizing? So most of my experience suggests majority of the MSMEs were keeping burden and stress of paying, how to pay the rent to the house owners or something like that. One important part. So do you have this problem or not? If that is the problem, so MSMEs may not be able to even sustain, and they are not any encouragement, so they will be altogether disturbed and all that. So now the next thing is interest. Can you imagine? There was 36% plus interest before this some sort of intervention. Now it has come down to the 8%, and then most of the cases government has subsidized, and 50%, and it has come to the 4%. From 36%, when you buy, you borrow money at the rate of 36% interest, and how many, what would be the margin you charge? So this was the scenario. So there are so many things that micro enterprises and medium-sized and small enterprises are basically going. Because why this is? Because access to the banking system is not easy everywhere in the rural part, even in the urban part.
And then the collateral systems, what is there with the commercial banks, if you have from the commercial bank. So it is a really, you see, the taxing for the small enterprises. And they don't have that sufficient collateral. And in Nepal, so there is no more practice of funding based on your project or based on your idea. That is a collateral, and then the 3 generations guarantees or something like that were necessary. So now there were some of the schemes, some of the, you see, the agencies, so they help support this one. And then the supply. So what sort of things you are buying? Is it the green? You talk about so many things. Supply is not only what you are getting. Supply is how you are, you see, they are taking out things. So the flow of commodities, goods, or whatever, materials, items, vehicles, utilities, all these things. So flowing that, you see, running the vehicles are polluting the, you see, the air, not only air, polluting that the sound because of the horns and something like that. Those vehicles are, you see, transporting either to your farm or from your farm. So all these things need to be taken into account. And technology, you have seen, and all are known about that, what sort of machines you have to design, what about the waste management practices and all these things. In terms of, you see, the waste across. And support services means what about the business network. And more important part here, whatever I have understood, for me, you might have said there is a big, you see, the industry. But to those, the practitioners, academics, and then the government officials need to revisit. Are there in real sense the big industries? For me, rarely not. Have you seen any large industry? No. Because each and every so-called large industries are consisting, working, and then if they are building up on the shoulders of the hundreds and thousands of MSMEs and micro-enterprises like you. Test it, verify it. Where is the foundation of those big companies? You talk about the Microsoft, you talk about the Apple, you talk about the Tata even in India. So now hundreds and thousands of micro-enterprises are building those things, and they are taking credit of that, the big enterprises, and our micro-enterprises are somewhere else, behind this. So therefore, the support, that means the access to that one, is missing, basically, in Nepal. So I am advocating, each and every large-scale companies need to take, in Hindi, if I am wrong, so you correct me, GoWB limit. The small micro-enterprises must be taken by the big organizations, and then what they can supply, they can do that. Look at Japan. There are hundreds and thousands of even that the activities are carrying out at home based. So therefore, my advocacy is to assign, let's say how many, 5, 2, 3, 10, 15, how many micro-enterprises, all the other small enterprises, you can link to your business. If each and every, you see, is a item sold of that laptop sold, need to have, there are so many items, you know, you are from the manufacturing sector, so far, I know. So manufacturing a product, that means needs different types of items. So now each and every big manufacturers would have their own type of, you see, is a gold leader. That means they are working, they are linking with the micro enterprises, then the scenario would be different. So I would like to suggest to all that one, from this forum also, wherever I go, now big companies need to take care of the smaller one, because the smaller companies, micro enterprises, are the foundations of each and every big company. You talk about the Boeing, only about, including the technology, 45% job would be done by the US-based companies. Rest of the things are developed somewhere else. And very smaller firms are working even to manufacture and deliver the Boeing itself. So that is the fact we need to understand. And the challenges are there, definitely. There is a policy in breeding. You know policy in breeding. I don't want to go into detail because immune system is the topics of my PhD. So that's why inbreeding is not only this thing in the biology or something like that.
If you have the idea of your father, grandfather, and you want to carry it, and you want to hire people from your own the blood groups or something like that, there is high risk of inbreeding. If there is inbreeding, definitely the things comes out and productivity, and there are so many things would be, you see, is going opposite of things what actually like one. So now, autoimmunity means if you wish to want to change, but there are so many things comes in front and you will not be able to make changes. And then the negligence to originality. Some things, what is happening? What you are producing? So beautiful bags were handed over to this one. So how many of you really love this sort of things, beautifully made originally at your locality? But we tend to prefer imported things or something like that. So as long as our mentality will be going for that one, your original one you consider is the worst one, and then somebody else who is considered the best one, how can you maintain that sustainability? That is my question. So therefore the challenge is you have to focus. We have to focus on that originality, that is what is available in front of that, our vendor, that we have to focus. And we have to work on that, we have to build on that. Not that what is happening in US and then the Europe and Japan, Australia and somewhere else. So focus on that. What is with you, work on that, modify on that, improve on that and do that. So that is what the things what we need to do. Resource dependency. If you are neglecting the resources, what is available in front of you, and you are relying on others, it would when you will get the sufficiency. So the focus on the indigenous resources, focus on the indigenous knowledge and all, and then look at develop your industrial base based on that the indigenous knowledge, skills and resources. That would be. And technological gaps, and then the social capitals. All these things are challenges. So I don't want to go into details much more about that. So now my project, as I already said, the title is the Promoting Innovation and Inclusion in Growth Potential Enterprises in Nepal, and financial support. It is granted by the International Development Research Center, IDRC Canada, and implementing agency, that is Nepal Development Research Institute, and collaborating partners, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Supplies, and Youth and Small Entrepreneur Self-Employment Fund. So these are the collaborating, and we are working, we are having that the experimental research design, and that goes like this. There are 404, and the 4x4 design we have adopted. So I don't want to go into detail about that because it's in every stage are there, an experiment is there. It's totally action research things. It's in every 6 months the evaluation that new performance is evaluated and compared one's performance with the previous time's performance, and then the similar others' performance is the two-way comparison, and then the verification, validations of what worked best, what helped best, what were the challenges. So all these things are the methodology, and some of the things about the risk, wages, rent, interest, supply, technology, all these things. So what about the net power, vice beneficiaries and independent? So this is the thing that is quite okay, the challenges regarding that one. And when you look at the general challenges of risk, basically interest, supply and technology are the major things that are preventing to ensure that this is the social supply chain sustainability. And the performance challenges to sales growth, again, how those risk areas are affecting. So this is our statistics, so I don't want to go into detail about that. So gender inclusiveness is that one. So now, all of things having these things. Now, in order to ensure the rest, you have to look at your enterprise level. But it is not sufficient. From the government and from you see, is an organization like FOSMI has to come up with some of the things that are really fit for our MSME. Basically, I would like to say the micro and small enterprises. Because these are the one actually we have to focus. And universities, we have to pay the attention to this one. These are the basic things what actually beneficiary of us. So large scale industries, even the upper medium scale industries, so they will be, you see, doing at their home. So now,
Professor, may I request you to wrap it up?
Okay, so thank you. So finished is not more than this is a 60 seconds.
Oh, great.
Okay, so The functional areas of Rastali, these are different things, local trade, heritage, capacity, creating promotion. There are so many aspects you can do. But one thing I would like to show you is that Rastali means is a R-A-J-T-S-A-L-I. It has an R means is regional, A means is action, J means junction, T means trade, S means heritage, A means advantage, L means linkage, I means initiative. So regional action junctions for trade, heritage, and advantage linkage initiatives. So this is what Rastali. And some are blaming, oh, its name is Ras, that's why I coined this. But it's not that, I have nothing to tell with it. Because regional action junctions for trade, heritage, and advantage, local advantage that. And I will be telling that if you are consider this is the heritage and heritage and heritage. Then we don't take that to the trade and you don't link it to your advantages, then it will not be. We have the Mount Everest. We consider that our heritage. If we don't link our business activities to that Mount Everest and we don't make the policy and all this, what about the sense of having this heritage? So that's why there are so many heritage in India and even in Nepal we are sharing borders and there are so many things common to us. So that's why we have to do these things. So enhanced resilience, sustainable growth, community engagement and regional advantage, these are things necessary. And then the FOSMI and then the ministry and then the government at local levels need to work together and in which region, what sort of things need to be specified and which forms need to be linked and integrated, and that linked and integrated forms need to be assigned to the which big industry and the large industries. If we go that models, so definitely within a couple of years it would be taking a momentum. So that was the things I wanted. So conclusion, Rastali's role is enhancing risk and fostering resilient in MSME sectors. The key takeaways, supply chain social sustainability through Rastali creates robust, the business practices under risk framework, and future implications would be the potential for broader adaptation of Rastali and REST framework for business ecosystem optimization. That would be the reciprocally interdependent economic systems in which if reciprocally designed economic system will have, then definitely there will be only that this social supply chain will be socially sustainable. So this is the end of my presentations of today. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was indeed a very, stay there, one or two questions may come. So it was indeed an excellent presentation, the hands are coming up. Now the first question is from me, Professor. It was an excellent presentation. And what you said is that, he used a word that the big companies have to take care of many other MSME. And that's exactly what Nepal have done. They have created industrial estates, and they have been doing quite successful in this. I have a question to you. These two models, risks and last thali, these are your own model?
Yeah, it's my own.
Wow. And you have patented it?
Yeah, definitely.
Patented it. Can you tell me very quickly in one sentence how it will affect the firm performance? You are a professor of business management. We are all interested in the performance of a firm. If the firm is producing, after all the firm has to perform.
Okay, so thank you very much. Actually, when I was at the age of 15 and running 16, I had an opportunity to take a training programs based on that, the agricultural things. And it's a rabbit farming. So I got training, 2 weeks training. It was given by the British, the organization in Nepal, and residential 2 weeks training. And I went there, and then she learned how to raise rabbits.
No, I'm saying fund means company. How it is connected with the company performance, bottom line.
That means you means is a
firm is a word we use for companies.
Oh, industry.
Yeah.
Okay. So now when you use this one, which one is the Rastali or this one?
Either of the two.
Okay. So when you adopt the risk framework, then there is the wage, interest, W, R means rent, wage, rent, interest, S means supplies, and T means technology, and support service means a network. So now there is nothing, even to get immediate benefit, nothing to go for the research for other part.
You have examples of that. You have cases that how it has affected the bottom line. Yeah, yeah, that's what I mean.
So network, one network only. That means support. If bigger firm would be taking your products, whatever you produce, so definitely impact of risk you can see.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Now there was a few hands raised. So who is going to ask? Yeah. Can you give him the microphone, please? Get your name, company's name, and ask the question. Kindly tell your company's name, your name, and ask the question. And the question is for whom? She or he or yeah. Okay.
Hi, this is Shonak Bose. Actually, in your RIST presentation, you had mentioned something called IKSAR.
Yeah,
and I kind of missed what it stands for. So if you could just clarify on that, it would be very helpful.
IKSAR means I told that. Okay, that IKSAR.
If you can just pull up the presentation, that would be good.
No, that would be
yeah, slide.
Okay, IKSAR means it is also another patented thing. ISKAR, I means indigenous I refers for indigenous, S means skill, K means knowledge, and resources. Indigenous, skill, knowledge, and resources. When you focus on that, and then you try to build up that your manufacturing process, production process, whatever is it, and then they innovate on that, not get the technology developed somewhere else, innovate on that, then only you can get sustainability.
Very good. So I think further you can discuss during the lunch. The lunch time you can do that. Any other question? Anyone would like to ask? This was a good question. Any other question to any of the people, either she or he? Nothing at the moment. Okay, so I would like to thank Professor, excellent, and you have shown, the best part of it was, you have shown your own models, which are patented model, you have not borrowed from anywhere else. So it is something really extremely good. So on behalf of everyone, Asad, I thank you very much. It was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sengupta, for presenting such an enlightening session. May I now request Mr. Vishwanath Bhattacharya, President FOSMI, to present memento to Dr. Sengupta.
Yes, sir.
May I now request Mr. Indrajit Dotto to present memento to Dr. Gui Tham Wang. May I now request Mr. Shondip Moitro to present memento to Dr. Raj Kumar Bhattacharya. We will have completed our two plenary sessions with highly appreciative notes under the chairmanship of Professor Dr. Sadhan Kumar Ghosh and Dr. Gautam Sengupta. Welcome you all again to our last session, that is technical session 3, which will be a panel discussion on the role of supply chain sustainability and innovation in enhancing business in MSMEs. The session will be moderated by Professor Dr. Sadhan Kumar Ghosh. May I now humbly request Professor Ghosh to kindly forward the session, but before that, may I request Dr. David, Dr. Tracker, Dr. Raj Kumar Bhattacharya, Dr. Buiti to be present in the dais.
Good afternoon. So I believe that all of the delegates will come inside because we will now start our program. And I can see my friends online, Dr. Rene, Vladimir, Farah, then Kasuli, Shankar is also there, so from Thailand, Cambodia,
Russia, Brazil. What's the time at your place? Russia, Brazil?
So now it's 10 to 7 a.m.
10 a.m. Oh, then it's okay.
10 to 7 a.m.
Okay. Rasoli, what's your time?
10 to 11 a.m.
Excellent, from Italy. And from South Africa. So we will now start the program. But what I will request, because you know our subject or the topic of today's panel discussion is sustainability of the supply chain in MSME. And a special emphasis will be on social sustainability. So each of the panel members, I'll request all of you to speak for 3 minutes on what is happening in your country, and only Rene Van Berkel, he was the UNIDO representative in India for quite some time, then now he is in Thailand. So he has a lot of information about different industries in different countries. So I requested him to speak for 5 minutes, and we will listen to all the panelists, and then we'll go for the question answer session in the open house. So without taking much of the time, because you know that we had already 4 lectures, what was represented by Vietnam, Thailand, then Nepal and Myanmar. And now I request Dr. Rene to please start your presentation for 5 minutes, and you can share. You are also given the host, so please start your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ghosh. And let me see, can you confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes.
Yes,
we can see your screen.
We can see your screen.
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon from Bangkok. Yes, I work for the Thammasat University and also the ASEAN Circular Economy Business Alliance, but I was for long representative of UNIDO in India, of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. I'll speak a little bit out of that perspective. So maybe I might just put a few points which are important. So I think that the MSMEs are important of the socio-economic fabric in both urban and rural India. They are. I would not agree to the sort of the backbone of the supply chain, but I think they're more the engine room of the domestic and export-oriented supply chain. So there's a lot of the work is being done, whereas the larger industries might actually be the OEMs and setting the products and services being manufactured. Overall, lagging a bit behind in technical, social, and environmental economic performance compared to larger industries, and that's a lost development opportunity. And there's all the buyer pressure, which is basically driven by consumer and government transparency and accountability, and which is now enabled by digital technology. So it's much more easier to look deep into supply chains. So that puts a bit in a compliance mode for ESG, and that drives this checkbox mentality, which drives then also audit fatigue and resistance to change. And I think there's a need for a fresh approach and nurtures sort of self-interest of MSME owners into responsible business practices and social responsibility. So that emphasizes our position on responsible business. So that means basically that an MSME is taking responsibility for the impacts of its activities and decisions on society and the environment. That's an integral part of the company's process and activity. So it's not an add-on as philanthropy. It's not about how you spend the money that you've made, but it's how you make money, what process you have. Compliance with regulation and norms as a minimum. And then that gives consideration of stakeholders' interest. And because stakeholders are then being engaged, the workforce, the community in your business, and you mobilize your stakeholders for long-term business success. So you engage your workers get more enthusiastic about your company, you will stay longer, they will be more motivated, it will give you better results. That's the driving force for that, and the community likewise arguments. So then we have of course, the global standards. ISO 26000 is there, which basically says 7 subject areas for responsible business practices. I think this is for many of the MSMEs, it's quite a challenge to deal with this: organization, government, human rights, labor practice, environment, fair dealings, anti-corruption, consumer issues, and community issues. But I guess that there is a sort of a simpler set of principles which we could use as a guiding principles, which is basically the 10 principles of the UN Global Compact, which deal with human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption. So then maybe to some practical points, I think where all MSMEs can start is with women empowerment and gender diversity. So let's take that clearly forward. And with UNIDO being on the manufacturing side, we saw a lot of opportunities where we were really making efforts to create female or women-centered workplaces. We get more females in company departments. This is an example from automotive company components manufacturers company Hint Autotech in Nepal, I think, and the productivity increased as more by 5%, F5S, so there's the productivity issues increased by 50%, discipline improved, number of suggestions improved by females. So if we get more diverse workplaces, we get more productive workplaces, and that pays off for companies. My second example of where we can see the clear advantages of responsibility and business practices with resource efficiency and circular economy. So we basically say we want to use natural resource, materials, energy, and water more efficiently, so more dollars or more rupees per kilogram of material, per kilowatt hour of energy. Then we have less waste, and we make also the workplace more decent and more safe for people. If people feel safe and being decently treated in the workplace, they become more productive. And then we did this, of course, in the energy domain, where you see some of the examples of our work which we did with Bureau of Energy Efficiency, where we assisted 1,500 MSMEs in 20 clusters, which are listed here. 770 MSMEs invested, and case studies were prepared. Now I'm looking for the avoidance of tons of CO2, 150,000 tons of CO2, monetary savings, 146 crores. So there's a lot of benefits being achieved. And then my third example is basically that saying that this can also be nurtured into innovation and startups. And there's a lot of startup companies or people with good ideas that can be helped with maturing and entering the markets. That's, for example, the work that the Facility for Low Carbon Technology Deployment does with the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So we looked at these 6 categories: 3 energy guzzlers, waste heat, space conditioning and pumping, and 3 emerging technologies for energy and climate savings. And you see that winners in technology innovations validated and what's then being possible. And many of those are also women-led enterprises, so driving also a social development agenda. I think there I will stop. I hope I didn't exceed the time too much. So thank you very much. I'll be happy to add more in the discussion. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Rene. You are on time.
See?
It's very good that what is his point. Just I have taken one point that implementation of ESG and 30 to 40% of the female employment, that ultimately enhances the productivity by 5% and 5S by 15%. More discipline, yes. Of course, ladies are disciplined than we people, gents, and some of the improvement. So in that way, this is one of the area where we can focus on that, how the social sustainability can increase the profitability and the efficacy of the system. So now I'll go to Farah, Professor Farah Amalia. She is from Indonesia. So now you can make your presentation if you have the presentation, PPT.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today I would like to present on the managing supply chain of agricultural products to achieve sustainability, emphasize on rice and mung beans in Indonesia. So Indonesia's agricultural sector plays a pivotal role in the nation's economy, with rice and mung beans being 2 crucial crops. And then, as you can see in this slide, that Indonesia becomes the 4th largest rice producer in the world, and Indonesia is the 3rd largest rice consumer country in the world. And similarly, Indonesian mung beans have the competitive compared to other agricultural products. And then now let's look at the supply chain of rice. So the supply chain of rice is the start from farmers. So farmers plant paddy, and then usually farmers make contract with the crop buyer, or Indonesia call it panelists. And after that, the crop buyer sell it to middleman, and then middleman sell it to the rice mill owner, and then the rice mill owner sell it to wholesaler, and in the end the wholesaler sell it to the retailer. And this is similar to the supply chain of mung beans in Indonesia. And then with this so many process of this, it makes that the supply chain becomes inefficient and far from sustainability. So we identify that there are three issues here. So the issues are first economic issues. Economic issues are faced by farmers, that farmers often receive low prices. And then the second issue is about environmental issue. This environmental issue is caused by the dead millings, and the last issues is about bad waste management. So we then formulate the solutions to resolve the issues by improving the farmer livelihoods, and then promoting sustainability and implementing simple better waste management. And after that, we derive the solution into the strategies for each issue. So the first strategies for economic issue is about encouraging direct to consumer sales, or D2C, and the second is about building farmer cooperatives, and the last is about providing access to financing and technology to farmers. And then the strategies for environmental issue is about using electric-based milling instead of solar wool-based milling. This is more environmental friendly, less smoke produced, and save oil reserves. This may be expensive in cost, but it is more economical because it uses electricity and not diesel. This will increase productivity by 2 times compared to the traditional one. And then the last is about strategies for simple, better waste management. And then
yes, Farah, we could understand. Farah, we could understand what you wanted to say, and now I think that you are already at the conclusion. So please just complete this with a conclusion.
Okay.
Yeah. Please.
So the conclusion is, by implementing these strategies, the agricultural supply chain in Indonesia can achieve sustainability, then it become more efficient and profitable. This transition will enhance the overall competitiveness of the rice and mung beans industries, promoting food security and economic development. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you. So you have mainly mentioned about the agricultural products, wheat and rice in your country. So okay, we'll come back to you now, my friend Vladimir Marvev. Vladimir, are you ready? Vladimir from Russia.
Yes.
And yeah, please make your presentation if you have, and you have 3 minutes time. Please, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dear Professor. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to tell some things about their government support. I have now their presentation, but I will have some words about the government support for their medium and medium business here in our country, in Russia. And in order to receive the government of our country, the government of our country makes a big support for different organizations and for different enterprises who are really have their status of medium enterprises. In order to receive this state support, intended for small and medium-sized businesses, it's necessary to meet their criteria established in the legislation. And it could be the micro business, no more than 15 employees in the company, and annual turnover up to 120 million rupees, and small business, no more than 100 people of the company. So some support measures are designed for only one group of entrepreneurs, and for example, for aspiring entrepreneurs starting their own businesses for the first time, or young businessmen under the age of 25. So within the framework of specific support measures, certain conditions may be set that the applicant must meet. Their examples of the government support are the following. Their government support for small entrepreneurs and large business works simultaneously for several purposes: encouraging citizens to create their own businesses and accordingly increasing the economic activity, encouraging small and medium-sized businesses in the economic budgets of the state's economy, and channeling funds and forces into the most priority areas. There are separate support programs, for example, in next businesses areas. And except for their special government examples, the government provides various support measures to small businesses. For example, preferential loans under federal programs, then grants without interest, which are issued forever. Third, guarantee provision for lending, subsidies for certain purposes, tax benefits and support in the face of that actual situation, and preferential leasing of expensive equipment. There are some real examples of government implementation to support the medium, small business. First, reduction of discount rate by the central bank, and then changes in tax rates, and public procurement to support medium-sized business. Government agencies allocate funds and conclude contracts with them, which allows enterprises to make a profit. For example, the Ministry of Education concludes accounting. So I think that we can talk about the different kinds of support for small enterprises, and I'm the specialist there in the sphere of waste management business, and the eco-industrial parks and the technoparks, which works here in Russia in the territory for waste management and producing the materials with secondary resources, also can take these support measures from the government. And I think that if we could then tell more about some support from the government for such medium enterprises, for small enterprises who works in this sphere, in the eco-industrial parks and the eco-techno parks, I can say that it is involved a lot of now this program is only starting here in Russia.
Okay, Vladimir. Yeah. We could hear you that you are mainly interested to share the government supports for small-sized industries, tax benefit, discount rates, and all other, and also including the industrial part. So I'll go to Athaydes Light. So he's from Brazil. He is here. So yeah, please go ahead with your presentation.
All right. So good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to be here today with you in sharing some ideas and some knowledge about the social sustainability in Brazil, mainly for MSMEs industry here. And so I'm gonna just bring some topics to you today because of the short time, but hopefully we can have a fruitful discussion afterwards. So regarding the social sustainability in MSMEs in Brazil, 30% of Brazil's GDP comes from them, so you see how important it is for the economy. And we also have 50% of all jobs in the formal sector coming from the MSMEs companies in Brazil. So it's very important, this sector, and it's interesting all over the country. And as you can see here, we have some challenges that Brazil is facing, and for letting these companies along activities. And what are those challenges? So we have, for example, here low access to finance, some social and cultural barriers that I'm gonna talk more deeply in the next slide. And of course, we have challenging some lack of training, capacity building, and networking opportunities. And in the next slide, because of the short time, I'm going to bring you some topics. Hope that you can see that. So I brought here some key points for the success of MSMEs. And as you can see, the first topic that we brought here is the well-being of employees, customers, and the community are very important, and how we can keep it very safety for the whole people involved in these industries. And Brazil has also invested a lot in health insurance for all the employees in order to have also healthier employees and happier employees as well. Brazil also has invested a lot in mental health, which is also a very big topic today. And it also involves safe working conditions, mainly in the industry that I come from. It's very important to keep the work safe for all employees, and also the long-term activity of the industry. And since the pandemic, we also have brought the home office and hybrid working system, which has also opened opportunities for many people to work. And like teams, we also have increased the formal work in many sectors. And and also support the local community. And it's also important to think about professionals and giving like trainings and promoting these. So it's very important, and this also has been with some social programs, mainly come from the federal government and localities. And this is also very important that we keep about meeting the social customer demand and made in order to and what are the costs and where can we apply on and in order to go better back to the community and then we can implement also the topics that I have.
Okay.
Like things.
Okay, Athaides. We could. Athaides. Hello.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We could understand your point. Mainly, you are focusing on the safe working condition, health insurance, well-being of the employees in the organization, apart from others. So we'll come back to you again. Now I will request my friend from Italy, Casillo.
Yes. Good afternoon. From Italy, just some brief observation. Because the panorama here in Italy is quite peculiar, because Italy has a very strong tradition in small and medium enterprises, because almost 80% of enterprises here are small and medium enterprises. So here is quite a backbone of GDP. And what is experienced here is a sort of duality and also contradiction, because there is a dualism, because there is a lot of regulation regarding sustainable practice for large corporations, and most of the part of other initiatives are not compulsory for small medium enterprises. So this is create a sort of focus on the best management practice, because it's more on the individual initiative from each sector and each firm to create a very sustainable network with social responsibility inside. On the side of the government, as I said before, there is a strong regulation, it's a EU regulation for the large corporation, and but there are sort of guidelines and recommendations to stimulate transparency and best practice along the firm and along the supply chain. This is synthesized with initiative in tax breaks, with for investment in sustainable technologies, of course, and also there are a lot of subsidies and incentives for sustainability project. This is in experience a sort of fragmentation, because these initiatives are different for each sector, and so there is quite a huge panorama that describe these types of incentives and tax rates, and there are at the local level there are a lot of organizations that are initiative for civil society, because there are a form of research by research center and firm, it's a network firm that want to promote best practice along the supply chain, and also there are apart network an association, there are trade organizations and also corporate associations that promote different initiatives with community training and also special initiative for management, for best management practice. So this is really the situation here in Italy that is quite unusual and new, because as I said before, Italy is the most important country regarding the small and medium enterprises. So the potentiality in Italy to develop best practice and a proper supply management is huge. But if we consider apart the individual initiative sector by sector, for the majority of the approach along the supply chain is more linear than articulate in network, because to implement a very efficacy and a very good sustainable practice along the supply chain, it's important to create a network that is resilient and that is, where we can spread innovation and interconnectedness.
Okay, Kesali. So I could understand that this is European. We'll come back again.
But it is not easy the approach.
Yeah. All right. So we know that in most of the European countries, social sustainability has been important aspect which has not been adhered to and focused in other areas or the region, like in Asia or Africa, of course.
So, however, we'll come back to you again. So, let us now go to, thank you very much, Gasoli. We will go to our friend from Cambodia, Shankar Senaviratne. Shankar, are you there?
Good afternoon.
Please.
Good afternoon, Professor.
3 minutes for
Good
you.
afternoon.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Okay. In terms of this MSME segment in Cambodia, it contributes close to 60% of the GDP, as well as around 70% of employment. Non-agricultural segment is done by MSME segments. So it is a very crucial segment in Cambodia, as well as if you look at into the waste management circular economy, they play a very pivotal role. In terms of, if I give an example from the waste management point of view, the majority for the recycling, the collection and sorting is handled by the MSME segment. So they are a very important segment. And in terms of the government initiatives to support these important segments, especially the government is now really working on providing financial assistance, tax incentives, as well as developing this technical training development, opening up this public the partnership, as well as the improving collaboration with large-scale private sector organizations, so that the MSMEs can have the accessibility to the technology as well as the finances. And to do this, government has initiated this one window policy, where all these small, medium, as well as micro enterprises that would have the access to government facilities, especially on the tax holidays, as well as getting the credit guarantee schemes, so that all these can be done within one window model, so that they don't have to go through different ministries or different government entities, but they can have access to all these facilities through a one window policy. And then this MSME segment also employs close to 60% of women. That means around out of 3 million workforce, around 60% of it is women, and that is where the government is also taking very keen steps to establish this segment and to make sure that it is social. The welfares are there for, especially to the women employees. And another initiative that the government has taken is that this national welfare scheme, or the National Social Security Fund, for this MSME segment, so that they have the accessibility to the medical schemes as well as this insurance, so that it gives them the insurance, so that they can work on this area. So it is the MSME segment is a very economically critical sector, and the government is very keen on continue to invest and grow this segment, and then it plays a very crucial aspect in the growth of the Cambodian economy.
Thank you, Shanaka. So you have made a very good point that your government has started one window policy for any approval for the MSME, and it is really great that 60% of the female are working in the MSME, right? So thank you very much. We'll come back to you again. So now I request our friend from Nigeria, Yusuf. Are you there?
Hey, yes.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Please go ahead. 3 minutes for you.
Okay, yes. This is afternoon in Nigeria, and I'm so glad to be here. So in Nigeria, we have about 41 million MSMEs in Nigeria.
Can you make it bigger? Yusuf, can you make it bigger?
41 million MSMEs in Nigeria. Okay, can you see the slides?
Thank you.
Okay, so 41 million MSMEs is 3% to Nigeria's GDP, according to the PricewaterhouseCoopers reports this year, and over 81% contribution in terms of employment rates. For MSMEs, It's actually the bedrock of Nigeria's industrialization and inclusive economic development, and is the most important component of industrialization as set out in the economic recovery and growth plan, according to the former Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. The key benefits are improved income, increased job creation, increased adoption of technology and innovation, industrial diversification. It stimulates local economy here in Nigeria. And interestingly, in January this year, we got in news about 20 billion funds allocated to support area, and the loan provided is at a single digits interest rate to help businesses expand and create jobs, and it has been able to focus more on economic growth and wealth creation through accessible financial support. And we have a lot of welfare schemes. We have the National Health Insurance Scheme, we have the PenCon scheme for all our senior citizens and the survival benefits. We have the National Social Insurance Trust Fund, and it's an employment, injury and disability coverage. And the government efforts aims to expand social protection and assistance initiative. We have the National Social Protection Policy that has been revised in 2022, and we have the National Social Investment Program that is in place. We built a digital national identity system to ensure access to social service and financial inclusion, and of course, a brand new ministry that was created at the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development. The health reforms that have been in place has been the National Health Insurance Authority Act 2022, which makes health insurance mandatory for all workers. And we have the Vulnerable Group Fund, VGF, which provides coverage for those unable to pay for insurance. And the issues that we have is surrounded around inadequate infrastructures, limited access to finance, and inefficient logistics, which leads to delay and increased cost. This is a map showing the needs of the SMEs and micro ones. For the SMEs, it's more of needs for adequate power water supply, while for the micro, it's needs for more financing. And tackling supply chain issues in Nigeria, we need to invest more in infrastructural development, and we need to provide access to affordable loans and grants, and implement technology solutions for logistic management. The sector is robust in supply chain management in the areas of agriculture and manufacturing. And the Nigerian scheme is being really managed by the SMEDA, which has the mandate for training and funding the SMEs in Nigeria. And the SMEDA is the Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria. We equally have the Bank of Industry that has been financing the MSMEs in Nigeria, and they've been doing a great job. And of course, we can definitely collaborate with India through trade agreements for partnership and joint ventures, and through knowledge sharing, that is exchange of best practices and expertise, which we are currently doing now. And of course, the major part.
Thank you, Yusuf. Thank you, Yusuf. We could understand that you have.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You have number of government initiative to protect this. It's excellent that 41 million of MSMEs are in your country, which is really amazing.
Yes.
And you talked about different schemes, including the low interest for the MSME. So now we like to hear from our friend from South Africa. Please go ahead. If you have a PPT, please present, and your time is 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm unable to share my screen, but I can just present. It's fine. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bhattacharya, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Padey Green Tech from South Africa. So Zipatu Green Tech is a waste management company that focuses on collecting waste biomass, and we convert them into useful and valuable product, which is an eco briquette. So we are supplying the South African National Park with our briquettes, because South African National Park is one of big conservation areas which has big finds, which attracts like lots of tourists all over the world. So in this project, we are socially impacting the community, because we have hired more than 15 young people from the village, and these people, what they are doing is to collect the dry leaves and twigs from the environment, and then they process them into eco briquettes. So these eco briquettes, they help the environment, because briquettes is a mitigation measure of climate change. So the use of briquettes, it decreases the use of firewood, which also decreases the deforestation, because here where I come from, in Wembe district in South Africa, most rural people, rural areas, they use or they depend on firewood for cooking and heating, and this forces them to go to the forest and cut trees, and this results into deforestation and also climate change. So for us, when we produce the eco briquettes, we are encouraging people to take care of the environment by making sure that we don't cut any tree, but we make sure that we have green and clean affordable energy. So we are working with the government, because the government has already realized that this challenge is not only happening in South Africa, but it's also happening in other parts of the world, where people are cutting trees so that they can be able to have a source of energy. So we are replicating these technologies. So the government has already funded the project so that we can be able to increase the capacity of the project. Now, as I am talking, we have 5-ton production capacity per month, of which we have 2 hectares of the land. These 2 hectares is fenced. Inside these 2 hectares, we have 100-meter borehole water, so that we don't go out and source water. So in this 2 hectare site, we are using 5 kilowatt solar system to power the plant. And then with this production, we are able to collect more than 10 tons of organic waste that could have otherwise polluted the environment. But we are able now to produce more than 5 tons of eco briquettes. So this 5-ton eco briquettes, when it goes to our people, we are able to supply more than 2,500 households. Now they have clean and affordable energy. So this project has already made sure that we are working with community, where we train them now on when they generate their waste, how best they can benefit from the waste that they generate. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and I want to leave you with my last word that because I'm doing so much work in this conservation effort, my dream is to become a billionaire, not a billionaire of having money in my account. I want to change billions of people's lives through the work that I'm doing, and I hope you are one of the people that I'm trying to change. Thank you so much.
Excellent, Madhu. So, you talked about more on environmental protection and your commitment. Thank you very much. So now we will request to our Malaysian friend, Peng, Chi Peng. Are you here?
Hi everyone.
Yeah.
It's a 7 o'clock over here. Yeah, good to see everybody. Yeah. Thank you, Prof Ghosh and FOSMI for organizing this opportunity for a platform for us to share the what we have in here in Malaysia. So for Malaysia, that basically for the country as a whole, the country is undergoing a national policy in transiting the economy structures. So basically, we have the energy transition policy, and at the same time, the Bank of Negara. So meaning that the central bank has launched the incentive for the enterprise to apply for the ESG program. And this is the second attempt. And the third one that recently been launched will be the major one that the Stock Exchange of Malaysia has launched the guideline for the listed company to reveal or declare about the ESG report. Overall, but that is the national climates. But overall, the SMEs contribute to the countries around 40% of the GDPs, and around 40%, 50%, or around 50% of the employment. And as an SME, that as a player in here, that you can see that I think this applies to overall globally, that SME is very cost sensitive. And then at the same time that the first thing in this climate that we are still facing for the increased price of material. And then there is a fluctuating of demand in the market. And then so it is very tough for the SME to talk about that transitions into the sustainability. So what we have done that for as a players as a food manufacturers in Malaysia that we have done that is to take a proactive step in decreasing food waste. So we basically take out the certification for FMSC, which is one of the certification in the industry that include the scope of sustainability in reducing food waste. And we proactively take that up and then to force ourselves to look into the current process and in order to reduce food waste is number one. And currently that the second step is that I am taking part in study whether we are able to apply for the SCORE model. The SCORE model is the supply chain reference model, operation model, which is a framework with a lot of KPIs that actually look into the business process, and then to match the gap between the sustainability concept as well as how the operations. Yeah. So what we feel that is that for SME, that what we face here mainly is about the concepts as a sustainability. Most of them, as a concept, did not take into the account of a business concern. So SCORE model as a framework that actually balance these two, and then we try to integrate them together and then to see whether we are able to make it profitable for SME, while at the same time to maintain or increase sustainability index.
Thank you.
So we are still on the journey, and this is what we have done in Malaysia for my country, for the business. That's it for the sharing.
We have listened to you regarding your national policy, ESG, and many other information which you have shared with us. So I'm exploring whether our friend from Hungary, Kovacs, are you here? Kovacs Joseph?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
You are very late. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Concentrate on your experience on the social sustainability of your company.
If you have some minutes, I would like to share my screen.
Yeah, you can.
Is it visible?
You are the host.
Thank you, my sir, for being late. Can you see the screen of mine?
Carry on.
I'm a senior technology development expert of Mohu. Mohu is the successor company of Hungary in national level for 35 years of waste management overall. What we are doing is just we are controlling the utilization, the prevention, and any other waste management systems according to the basic rules and basic background and course that we have here, considering the waste management pyramid and rules of the stepping from the linear economy to a circular model. What we are doing, we have very strict and defined background for all national goals and tools, which is have the background. The circular economy is summarized in 10 steps. our work is based on the target goals that we have to follow. It's defined by the EU, which is the core is that now we have, as you can see in this graph now, we have in the utilization, it's like in this very moment it's around 35%, and the goal is in 25 it's going to be 75%. In this graph you can see this is the landfilling data in 2023. I can say in this very moment it's a bit more than 25% of the related waste streams. The target goal is less than, I can say, 10%. In this very moment for this, we have many, how can I say, developed flow charts and focus areas where we can act and do our best to reach the goals. For all the different waste and the different values that we have in the waste streams, we have targets and developed plans. As you can see, we have like this for the mixed settlement waste. We have plans for the sorting waste development. We have the same issues in a logistic to be developed. And it is the same method for the logistic technology development, for the bulky waste, the energy utilization. In this aspect, we would like to build up energy utilization factory with the second highest capacity in Hungary. We have a plan for the utilization of the different plastics, which is a very high importance. We can see, as you can see in this graph now, we have this huge value of the selective waste management problems, and it is the same for every kind of waste streams. The paper, the used oil, the wood and pallets, glass, completely the same, the textile, completely the same. And what we are doing, yes, myself, I can say, in my group, I have to highlight that the organic and bio waste that we follow up from the settlements and the people, the inhabitants, and this you can see the now newly developed waste bins. You can see I can see the map of the pilot that we had run.
Okay, Kovacs.
Yes, sir.
Kovacs, yeah. We could understand that the system, what is happening in Hungary. You please give us some information in very short that what are the government scheme available for this type of business?
Absolutely. As I mentioned previously, the business is based on the goals. What we have to figure out is that the appliance of the different innovations coming from mainly from the SMEs. It's a kind of close collaboration between us and the SME, the technology development and the appliance. And in this kind of relation, it looks like that. We have a basic zero version of any kind of waste management system. We follow up the different targets and what we have, what we would like to do. And in this relation, in a close cooperation with the SMEs, we developed together with them another kind of deep learning that you can see very sophisticated and very detailed. And you can see from the beginning of like in this case, the 800 tons per yearly waste stream, we can develop and almost double it with this kind of cooperation, creating much more high value. Not waste, but considering the waste to product relation, almost this kind, we can double the values that we can turn from the waste.
Okay, thank you. So we'll come back again. Now we have completed our online panelists discussion. I now invite the questions from the audience. You please raise your hand if you have any question. So yeah, please come here. Come here. Anybody else? I want two female
person over here who are present for the question. Madam? Yeah, young entrepreneur, please come here. And yeah, you. Come and what are your questions, please tell us. Madam, please come. आगे होके दिन. All right. सामने आसो. People will listen to you and see you also. Please.
Sir, namaskar. Hello, sir.
Closer.
Sir, my question is that कि আমি একজন young sir বাংলাতে বলতে পারি না?
No.
English. Okay.
Okay, all right. You carry on in Bengali.
Being a new entrepreneur, being a startup, sir, can you please help me? How do I proceed my business towards domestic and towards export? And how do I maintain the supply chain? Because today's discussions regarding supply chain, social sustainability. So how do I connect my business regarding these two subjects?
What is your business?
Sir, I am from jewelry sector. I'm the jewelry designer. I make jewelry by my own hands, and it is very small scale.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
So,
thank you, ma'am.
Renee, have you heard the question?
Yes, I have heard it.
Please answer to her question, because mainly her question is she is having a jewelry business and she wants to understand how the supply chain and social sustainability can correlate in her business. If I am wrong, if I am correct?
Yes, of course.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a bit challenging to give a general answer on this because it's very specific to the situation and so on. I would just recommend to see on how you can connect with some of the entrepreneurship programs where there is business mentoring available, and these programs have been very, very successful in connecting with different entrepreneurship initiatives. The Empatech program in India is very active from West Bengal. So be happy to connect offline. And see what they can offer in terms of supply chain development. I think from the social side, if you can offer better working conditions to the artisans who are working, the jewelers which are working with you, you will definitely have them that they will come to work. They will come to work for you. They will not come to work for you while looking for other person's job. And that will actually help you in terms of achieving productivity. So take care of your people, and people take care of your business, and that will ultimately benefit your business. And in terms of connections, let's connect offline, and then I can connect you with some people even in Kolkata who could maybe assist and look at your supply chain.
Sure. Thank you. And I like to ask any of these panelists here who are sitting with me, anybody who wants to reply to this? Okay.
Probably I would like to add some extra sentences, if you don't mind it. What is have a kind of importance that according to a basic ESG policy, that it not only for considering the workers and their background, but also you have to follow up the energy what you consume plus the raw material that you use for creating your product. If there's any kind of chance to reduce the CO emissions in this kind of supply chain, it must be how can I say, highlighted and must be implemented to the marketing strategy.
So I have a point. You know that I'm coming down to the earth. You have workers who are working for making the jewelry. Is that right?
No, sir. Right now, I have no workers. I do everything by my own, sir.
All right, but you will have it.
Yes, of course, definitely, definitely.
Whether you are taking care of their health, because you know whenever they are making jewelry, they have to heat the material.
Sure.
There are a lot of emission. I mean the dust which are coming out, right? They have to hammer. They have to cut in small pieces. Sometimes it may happen that they got hard.
Yes, of course.
So in that cases, are you supporting them?
Sure.
Have you given them health insurance?
So these are the well-being of the people who are working with you. You must take care of that. What happens? If they feel that you are taking care of them and you are feeling for them, then of course they will give more to your business.
Absolutely.
So this is one of the examples which I thought that I should share. There are many other examples. I mean, for each of the business, you may think that, oh, what are those? But there are many things which, if you think, you will find that there are hundreds of points which can be addressed, and each of these points have a direct connotation to your business profitability, business productivity, business sustainability. Okay, thank you. Yes, madam.
Thank you, sir.
And I want two gentlemen to please come forward for your question. Because you know that we have invited 13 country experts to discuss with you. Now I want some outcome of that so that you understand or not, that's the point. And secondly, you won't get this type of scope every time. So you must get out of this. Please.
Sir, আমি বাংলাতেই বলছি।
জোরে বলবেন।
প্রথমত একটা জিনিস আমরা কাজ করতে গিয়ে যেটা ফিল করছি, আমার ফুডের কাজ আমি করি।
I'll translate.
আমি ফুডের কাজ করি, বিভিন্ন সিজনাল ফ্রুটসের উপরে, ভেজিটেবলসের উপরে আমরা কাজ করি। আমরা একদম ম্যানুফ্যাকচারিং ইউনিট, আমার অল্প কিছু সংখ্যক মেয়েদের নিয়ে কাজ আমি করে থাকি। তো আমরা চেষ্টা করি লেস প্রিজারভেটিভস দিয়ে, ন্যাচারাল প্রিজারভেটিভসের উপরে, কালার ফ্রি, ফ্র্যাগ্রেন্স ফ্রি, মানে যেটা এখন ভীষণ চলছে মার্কেটে, প্রচণ্ড একটা হাই কেমিক্যাল কালার, মানে ফুড কালার, বাট সেটা ইউজ করা হচ্ছে। এবং সাথে ধরুন অরেঞ্জ হলে অরেঞ্জের ফ্লেভারটা দেওয়া হচ্ছে, বাট আমরা সেটা ইউজ করি না। এবং সেক্ষেত্রে দেখা যায় যে আমাদের যেগুলো আমরা যেই জিনিসগুলো তৈরি করছি, একই জিনিস হয়তো আমি চাইছি এক্সপোর্ট করতে, কিন্তু এমন একটা জায়গাতে আমি এক্সপোর্ট করছি যেখানে হয়তো দেখা যাচ্ছে এক্সপোর্ট চালু হওয়ার পর দেখা গেল যে তারা বলছে যে আমাদের এই প্রোডাক্টটা তোমরা একটু অন্যভাবে আমাদেরকে প্রেজেন্ট করো। তো সেই জায়গাতে যে আমাদের যে টেকনিক্যালস যেগুলো রয়েছে, সেটা কিভাবে আমরা বাইরের যেখানে এক্সপোর্ট করতে যাচ্ছি তাদের দেশে কিভাবে সেটা আমরা তাদের চাহিদা মতো দিতে পারি। সেটা
Her question is very simple, that she has product, mainly the food products, right? You have the food products. Yes. Yeah. So she wants to export, but the receiver at the foreign country, they are telling that you have to improve the product, or we don't want this type of product but with some improved quality. So in that way, everybody, either the friend from the foreign country or from India, everybody will speak the same language, that you have to comply with the customer's requirement. So if I am the customer and if I give you the product, and if you don't give that product, then I will not accept it. It is same in India, it is same in other countries. So what you have to do is, you have to first understand what is the requirement of the customer, and then take the expert's opinion, expert's help, and develop that particular product, and then it will be sold. This is one. This is with respect to the quality. And with respect to the legislative part is concerned, like some few years ago, I'll ask some lady also here who is making the leather product. You know, there were a lot of problems with respect to the leather product 15-20 years back in India. So we were utilizing the hexavalent chromiums of chemicals for processing of the leather. Immediately, those people who were exporting to German, they told that no hexavalent chromium chemicals can be used in leather, and huge loss of the business. And they changed it. Now I'm quite sure for the leather products, yes madam, you are making the leather product, no? Are you there?
হ্যাঁ স্যার, লেদার প্রোডাক্ট
কোথায় আপনি একটু দাঁড়ান
এই তো স্যার দাঁড়িয়ে আছি
ও আচ্ছা হ্যাঁ so she is making the later product. I am quite sure that she is not using the hexavalent chromium chemicals. Are you using it? No. So that is a requirement of the legislation. So one is the legislative part. Like in India, if you like to sell the food products, you have to have the FPS, no?
FOSMI.
Huh?
FOSMI.
Yeah, FSSI. So you have to have that certification. So similar way for your product, either you have to go by the compliance with the legislative requirement or customers requirement. Then it will suffice. Okay. Do you want to say something? Any of you? Yes, please. আরো জোরে সামনে মুখটা আরো জোরে এইখানে হ্যাঁ
আমি টেরাকোটা জুয়েলারি নিয়ে কাজ করি তো টেরাকোটাটা অনেকটা বিলুপ্ত হয়ে গেছে তো সেটাকে আমি বাইরে কি করে তুলে ধরবো আর যেগুলো আমাদের বাইরে যায় সেটা থার্ড পার্টি ছুটে যায় যেটা আমরা ডাইরেক্ট এক্সপোর্ট করতে পারি না বা কোন কোন কান্ট্রিতে টেরাকোটাটা খুব ভালো ডিমান্ড সেটা যদি একটু কাইন্ডলি বলে দিতেন তাহলে খুব ভালো হতো
So you know that what she said. Do you have any product with you?
টেরাকোটা yes
Do you have it? Okay. You should have come, like two persons came, no? You know that terracotta, that's a very special design. Like the product which I gave you yesterday. So this is also one type of product, that is also another type of product. But terracotta is a culture in India. And it has a huge demand throughout the world. But somehow, she is not in a position to manage that business here. Right? So, any answer from my Denmark friend? Let us see whether we get some business or not.
Actually, I might want to add an extra point to this discussion because what I've heard today is a lot of country by country discussions about how is the MSME sector looking in their countries, what are the percentages, how many million, what public policy support schemes exist, what are the typical problems. And then we're coming here with very specific problems with this kind of MSME in West Bengal, that kind of MSME. How can you promote your business? How can you grow? How can you improve sustainability and social sustainability? How can you integrate into supply chains? Earlier today, at the export market, earlier today, what I was talking about was going together, partnerships, innovation, support. And I hear a little bit about that. I think Professor Sengupta, you mentioned that big brothers should take care of small brothers. The big companies should support small companies. I think my point that I want to say now is you need to broaden that scope and think in terms of what I like to call triple helix or quadruple helix collaboration. That means working government sector, university, industry, civil society together in partnerships to develop new products, to work with these problems that you have as an entrepreneur at that scale, to take these challenges that you encounter and try to find good solutions to them. And try to work in an iterative process. In Bornholm, in my part of the country, we're working with a living lab concept, rapid prototyping, rapid user feedback, rapid changing, rapid testing, and trying to scale from that. And I think this is something that I would bring to the table. Work together. You have the strength in numbers and in the different sectors in this room already, and try to test and work together on testing and finding research programs, externally financed or internal funding support schemes to do this kind of testing. I think you can become stronger that way if you can work together.
Thank you. In fact, one more thing I like to tell you, that you know that FOSMI is, in my opinion, is active organization, and you are all the members in FOSMI. So I'll request this type of product, FOSMI can have a separate cell for promoting this type of product, because they may not promote the manufacturing of engineering material, but these products need a very good support from organization like FOSMI, FASI, or any other thing with the help of this MSME sector, MSME, government's MSME department. So why don't you go together? Because I met some of the ladies who are doing the same type of business. So you take them together and make an initiative to sell it to other countries, export market. Mela diye kichu hobe na. Mela will give only a few thousand of rupees of sell. But the product which you are making, it has a huge demand in different countries. I go around the world and there are huge demand for this type of product. Other countries are making money out of selling this. Why not your product? Okay, thank you. Now there is a question, please.
Hi, my name is Dr. Abhijit Mookerjea. My name is Dr. Abhijit Mookerjea, and the question is to Dr. David. And this is regarding the presentation that you made. I saw the structure of the composting unit, correct? The blue colored. Shall I say a composting unit or is it a waste management unit?
David, they don't have the composting unit.
There was a blue colored structure that you saw. We just have open composting.
Exactly. That was my question.
And what we do is, after the garden waste gets eventually broken down and turned to compost, we give it away. We give it away to citizens because they pay for our services through the waste fee for free of charge. And if we cannot, if they cannot absorb all of it, then we sell to companies. So what happens in this part of the world? These companies are outsourced. They take the land for a tenure of 10 years and they buy the waste at say $2. They compost it and they sell the compost in $4. So this is the mechanism, the finance part of it. So I wanted to understand, can you share, is there any finance part of it in your country as well like this? But you said you give it for free, correct? Yes, but keep in mind we're a public service organization that carries out waste services. There are private companies that sell compost in plastic bags on the market, high nutrient value, stronger than we can provide, because they call the product Sphagnum and they sell it at a higher price point. So they do exist. It's very commercial though. And this way of buying and selling at double, they just have big production units, I think.
Okay, so you're from the government side of it?
Correct.
Okay. So, anybody else?
Sir, it is slightly out.
Anybody? Yeah. The last question.
Yeah, it is first of all, thank you for a whole spectrum of international countries giving a talk on sustainability and all that. But this person who mentioned the one window clearance, how soon it is mainly a question to MSME and the West Bengal government over here, if anybody is there, of if we can have a one window clearance for entrepreneurs over here in Calcutta and West Bengal. I think it will be a big opportunity for here because other states in India kind of have that and West Bengal is lacking behind over there. So if FOSMI can take initiative and if FSME can help, then it will be a big boost. And also to the lady over there with terracotta, FOSMI has a lot of where you can have an opportunity where lot of corporate gifts and all that, there you can market yourself. It might be lower margins, but the quantity might be more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now we will back up and there are a lot of points which came up.
নমস্কার প্রথম ব্যবসা নেমেছি আমার মা বাবা মানে আজ থেকে 5 বছর আগে আমাদের ব্যবসাটা কোনোরকমই চলতো তা ওখানে একটা মহাজন ছিল
কিচ্ছু বোঝা যাচ্ছে না তুমি চোখ বন্ধ করে জোরে মাইক্রোফোনে কথা বলো কেউ তোমাকে দেখছে না কি চাইছো সেটা বলো
আমাদের একটা শাড়ি বিজনেস আছে সেটা আমি বিদেশে সেল করতে চাই তা সেই প্রসেসটা যদি আমি জানতে পারতাম তো খুব ভালো হতো তাতে
So the course fees is only 400 rupees, but for women enterprise and the SC, ST, there is no course fee. So it is the course is being conducted by the schemes under the ASDB, Entrepreneurship Development Schemes. So this 5 days training program is very good program for the beginners, those who are interested for the. So we are conducting the program in the already one program has been launched, and that is been available in the website msmedikolkata.gov.in. So I welcome all the participants, those who are interested. They can apply for the admission of this particular course. Number one. Number two, we have a export facilitation sales. I am the nodal officer. Those who are interested to start any international business, they come directly to our office for getting the handholding support from them. In the field of the MSME sector, we have an international conference that is being the scheme supported by the Ministry of MSME. We have a different scheme for participation in the international trade fair also. So people, the MSMEs is getting financial assistance to participate in the international trade fair also. So to boost up the export in MSME sector, especially Ministry of MSME government is working well. So we have a different scheme. MSME can avail this scheme for getting the benefit to upgrade their product also in the level of the international level. Apart from this, we have a different scheme of MSME JET certification, zero defect, MSME lean waste minimization, or if anybody is interested to get the branding is a very important tool, so they can get the financial assistance also. So we have a different scheme for the benefit of the MSMEs.
Okay. So thank
you have to know the scheme first.
So thank you. There are a lot of information which he has given, but thing is that what you do is you come to FOSMI's office one day.
Yes.
You take the address and all of the detail, and then you contact him or his office because they have a lot of information and a lot of support.
Sir, we are sending the information to all the Association of Export Promotion Council, General Manager DIC.
Okay.
So we are for wide publicity of the events also.
And you have the office at BT Road, right?
BT Road.
What is the number?
111 and 112 BT Road, Kolkata 108.
লিখে নিয়েছো?
She has done one training on digital marketing and she is very energetic lady. She has come from, I think, from which place? Krishnanagar in a remote place. So she made a call, one day call. Sir, I want to participate this particular digital marketing MDP. So I have given the number to talk to the program coordinator. She has participated in that program also.
So please take help of those because people are taking help.
So Dr. Ghosh,
if you don't take help, then you will not get anything.
Dr. Ghosh, I have one appeal to you.
Please.
Because this one-day seminar is a very potential for the MSMEs. So we have an international resource person is there. So we are conducting the capacity building program. They are knowing everything. But one thing is from where we get the buyers. That is very important. So we are giving the different tools and techniques for getting the buyer also. We have a provision for participation in international trade fair also. So many different embassy you can contact also. So we are telling different avenues. Still they are wanting I need the buyers. So you can help. I think the FOSMI also help this type of wonderful conference. So many resource persons are coming. If you have a connection with these MSMEs, if you want to get the profile of the work, I can document. I can make the documentation of the different sector of different products and the profile, and we can send to you directly with the help of this. So this platform, I think, will help a lot to the MSMEs who are wanting to connect the exporters with the different countries. So I appeal to all the resource persons, try to get help the MSMEs, or especially particularly in the state of the West Bengal, to connect them with the foreign buyers of your respective countries.
Yeah, we will definitely do it.
It's very good appeal to on behalf of the MSME. Because this international conference have a two impact to have you have done a wonderful thing. For physical resource persons have already come and you have connected so many people, and we can learn whatever the MSME in the entire world is happening. So we are getting a much more really benefited for this type of workshop. I think each and every year you just try to get your proposal approved at the Minister of MSME. I also, sir, personally invite you to put a proposal from your organizational side. So another topic, in different topic, the waste minimization, how the MSME can benefit from the another conference from your organization. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you very much. So we will now pack up, and thanks to all my friends from different countries. We are now together, including India, is around 14 countries. So let us give a big clap to all my friends from all my countries, including the online friends. So thank you very much, all of you.
For conducting such a highly interactive session, may I now propose the Secretary of FOSMI, Mr. A.K. Sengupta, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, everyone. As we come to close of this enriching international conference on supply chain social sustainability in MSMEs, it's my privilege to extend heartfelt thanks to all who have made this event a great success. First and foremost, I'd like to express our sincere gratitude to the Ministry of MSME, Government of India, for extending their approval and support to FOSMI in organizing this international conference. Your encouragement has been instrumental in enabling us to convene on such an important and timely topic. A special and heartfelt thanks to Professor Sadhan Ghosh, whose visionary leadership and tireless dedication were pivotal in shaping the success of this conference. Professor Ghosh's meticulous planning and insightful guidance in designing the conference format have enriched the entire event. His remarkable efforts in arranging 14 international speakers, 4 from joined the event physically and 10 virtually, are nothing short of extraordinary. His role as the session chair for the first panel session and the panel discussion was key to setting the tone of today's deliberations, and we are deeply thankful for his leadership. I would also like to extend our heartfelt thanks to appreciation to Dr. Gautam Sengupta, who skillfully chaired the second plenary session. We are immensely grateful to all the speakers who have joined us today, both physically and virtually, for their insightful and productive contribution to the conference. Your deep knowledge, practical experience, and valuable perspectives have enriched the discussion and provided us the fresh ideas and solutions to foster social sustainability supply chains. My sincere thanks to Sri Bhattacharya, President of FOSMI, and our office bearers, as well as Mr. D.K. Moda, our past President, and the entire FOSMI Council for their unwavering moral guidance and support throughout the organization of this conference. A special acknowledgement to Mr. Mookerjea, Joint Secretary FOSMI, whose hard work behind the scene ensured the flawless execution of the event. I would also like to thank Ms. Devjani Roy, Assistant Secretary or Anchor, for her excellent handling the proceedings, ensuring the event ran smoothly and professionally. To the members of FOSMI and all participants from FOSMI fraternity, thank you for your active engagement and presence today. Your participation is what brings means to such forums. Lastly, I extend my thanks to everyone who has contributed directly or indirectly to the success of this conference. Your efforts, no matter how small, have been invaluable. Thank you all once again, and we look forward to continued collaborations in the future. Thank you. Good night.